Right. Anu, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Can hear you also loud and clear. Right. Tell me when you're ready. Yeah?
can.
Sorry, Anu. When you're ready, you tell me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh. Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Um. Okay, Anu. Um. Updates, please. What's happening?
For the graphs, the the sugar graphs, we learn how to do the
Yes.
tangent graph today. Yeah, so we are there.
Uh. Right. Right. You mean your teacher show you how to draw, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Shouldn't feel that hard now. Um, the homework that you asked me, did you figure out what might be wrong?
Uh, for the wait, I forgot which one did I ask you?
Sorry. The combined graph between tangent and cosine, I think.
Uh, like on the Jamboard.
No, you asked me on the WhatsApp after the tuition.
Wait.
If you didn't remember, we'll talk about it. There's an important detail. Understand? Okay. Um, and then what you're saying is that uh, your school your school is, I mean, we're still probably ahead of school, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so your school haven't shown you, a more like a, yeah, to combine the graph and to find certain things from it. Not yet.
No. No.
Understand. Understand. So, um, sorry, any other updates? Any other updates?
No.
Okay. Um, are you feeling tired or burnt out?
No.
Okay, good to know. Um, for end of year, uh, sorry if I forgot, I've asked you this. Do you already know the topics, yeah, the last topic that end of year is going to include? Some schools include all the trigo, some school include some. Just want to know that if there is. Mm.
Just one second, let me check.
Sure.
Mhm. I think it's under like should go only because like he gave us like a concept checklist and it's only under chapter 10.
And chapter 10 will be, sorry, which one?
Should go.
Trigo, but trigo is like a very big chunk. So
Like
some cut in the middle, some cut. Is there a, can you show, maybe you show me what's chapter 10? Just to make sure. Show me the table of content, sorry. Show me the table of content.
not he just sent us like a
Trigo.
concept checklist.
Okay, let me show you. Let me show you. So in, okay, right, okay, right, okay, sure. Okay. The number 4, point number 4, we haven't talked about it. The sketching we did, tangent graph. Now, is this all? Is there nothing else?
Mhm. I think this is all the like the main parts, I think.
Okay. Let me confirm one more thing. Your teacher have not talked about identities, trigonometry identities. Not yet.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh
Right.
no, it's that is chapter 11.
Okay. Right. So
It's
for end of year, we are ending soon. Lah. Am I correct?
um maybe I should ask my teacher like until when
All right. Just to
and,
confirm.
yeah.
Because the biggest problem starts at chapter 11. So if it is not included, then I'll take a more relaxed stance on it. If it is in, I want to talk about it immediately, something like that. That's
Okay.
all. So
Okay.
that chapter 11 is the troublesome one. Right?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So just take note on that. And then look at your iPad again, the point number 4. Do you have any idea what that is?
Um I don't think so.
Okay, right. So let me just show you the one of the example. And if we haven't done it, then we'll probably do that today. That is not a very difficult one. So I was hoping that you get that today
Okay.
also. Now, is there anything else that you want to talk about today?
No.
Yeah, so let's go to the Jamboard. Are you making a new one or are we using the old?
We can continue for the old one.
one? Okay, 31.7, yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
You're in. Okay, all right. So I'll show you a simple drawing with it. This point number 4, right? Point number 4, they they have a very unique. They're two very unique thing about it. Okay. For example, he'll say something. I'll follow the number here. For example, yeah. He'll say sine A equals to 3/5. Now, and then he will go and ask you, for example, tangent A, for example. Okay. Notice that he will never ask you for A. Never. Okay. He will not ask you for A. That is what we usually expect. Okay. We usually expect the question to ask us for A, and yet the question asks you for tangent A. Okay, that's the first thing to note. Okay, the second thing to note is that they will you are already familiar with quadrant 1 until quadrant 4. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Second thing they will do is they will not tell you the quadrant that they want. By right, they should. Now, what do I mean by that? The question which quadrant is basically the same as the question what is the range? Now, you learn in sketching that all trigographs are infinite. Yeah, that's not a problem. That's a feature. In fact, that is what they're trying to teach. I'm not sure whether I don't know. I've never seen a teacher say this very clearly. So I'll say it very clearly for your sake. Um, the whole point of the Trigo chapter is to teach you how to handle a infinitely repeating pattern.
Mm.
Uh, you have encountered functions which are infinite. Most functions that you encounter are infinite. They just go all the way, all the way. But only sine, cosine, and tangent graph are currently repeating. They are repeating, but they are also infinite. Now,
Mm.
due to that feature, it's a new feature, the question must give you a range. It's not you must determine the range. It's the question's responsibility. Because if not, the answer will be infinite. The answer will be infinite. Now, when I say the answer will be infinite, this is also a very new feature. I don't think you have seen something which has an infinite possibility. Like, most of the time, you will have, well, two answers. For example, square root of 4, you will have two answers called plus minus 2, lah. Something like that, right?
Mm.
Now, in a sine, cosine, and tangent situation, you have an infinite amount of answers. The question must limit those answers. Therefore, the question must give you a range. At this point, am I making any sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the visualization of an infinite possibility is like this. So see, the moment I draw a line, I have this and this as my answer, also this and this as my answer, also this and this as my answer. It goes on all the way. That's the
Mm.
infinite answer one. Then the range limits the answer.
Mm.
Something like that. Oh, if my range is like this, then I should give him 6 answers. Something like that. So whose job is that? Is the question's job to define the range.
Mm.
Now back to this new type of question. The second feature of this new type of question is that they don't specify for you any quadrant or any range, which is very weird. What is actually happening is that they hide it very well. They hide it very well. They hide it very well, or maybe they successfully confuse you such that you maybe forget to think about the limiting range.
Mm.
Telling you which quadrant is one way to tell you which range, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So in this new question, I will ask you to observe these two things and how to deal with it. The fact that they never ask for the A, and the fact that they never give you the quadrant or range specifically. Right, so now let's move on to the next page. Okay, that's a very brief intro. Thank you for staying with me. Now, sine 3 over sine A equals to 3 over 5. He wants you to tell him what is tangent A. And then another thing that makes it worse sometimes is that they never mention they want an exact answer. But as far as I can tell, that is always what they want. Now, let me show you what that means. Now, they don't want A, but you have the capability of finding A. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So go ahead and find an A for us, please. There will be an ugly number. Just help me.
36.869.
Okay. Now, I want you to keep the full answer in your calculator. Okay, don't cut it off. Huh?
Mm.
I have to round it off. Now, please use your full answer to find tangent A. I believe it's around 3/4.
Yeah, true.
Okay. And you would notice immediately that 3/4 is exact. Yeah, so you're happy, right? So you're happy. And then this is because your calculator is good. It's not because you are good. Now, let me show you another situation where the exactness doesn't happen at all. Now, give me a uh, random fraction, please.
6/8.
Okay, which is 3/4. Too nice. Okay, I'll make it not so nice. I'll make it, I don't know, 6/7, let's say. Okay. Then you go and find B, which is going to be an ugly number. And then you go find tangent B. Now you tell me whether it is exact or not.
It's not.
Okay. I will show you the method which give you an exact answer, but the exact answer is not very nice at all, but it's still exact. I make the assumption, because the question is not complete, I make the assumption that B is equal to 1. There was an assumption. How come I have to assume this kind of thing? Because the question doesn't tell, so it seems. Okay, most people though never even realize they assume, because the first thing they want is the quadrant 1 angle. That's a natural response. I guess, trained enough to realize there was an assumption. It could have very well be quadrant 2. Correct or not? It could have very well be. But I pretend I just worry about quadrant 1 for this question. Okay, so B is B is there. So this must be 6 and this must be 7. Am I correct? Easy peasy.
Yeah.
This will be 49 minus 36, which is equal to root 13. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
The moment I draw this triangle, totally disregard B. I totally do not want to find B because I know most of the time it doesn't lead me to an exact answer. Most of the time. So I immediately jump over into tangent B because I can what? This is just sec 2 Tokaso what? So tell me what's tangent B?
6
6 over
6/.
root 13. Okay, now you use your calculator and confirm whether 6 over root 13 is actually what your, is the same as your calculator's answer.
Um, it's not.
Okay, now you tell me, show me the calculator, show me the number comparison. Okay, I cannot see because why? Because it's so dark. Okay, now I can see. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I see what you mean. Oh, no, no, I see what you mean. Okay, so what is the sine inverse 6/7? See, it's the same thing. Right?
Okay.
That's the B. That's the B just now.
Okay.
Okay, if you went through B, this will be the answer. If you went through B, I don't care because it doesn't give me the exact answer. Right? Now, I've established one thing. The first scenario is rare. The first scenario is your calculator saving you. Okay. The second method is I do not ask my calculator to help me. I just do this manually. Okay. Now this is um this is something that your teacher and I will do very naturally, not relying on calculator, because back then we don't have any calculator to rely on. We don't. And so, this method makes a lot of sense to us because that's the only method available to us. To you, that's not the case. To you, using your calculator to find the angle will be a very natural response. This question makes it difficult for you because it is no longer a natural response, but it's in the syllabus.
Yeah.
Okay. So it becomes harder than the way we do it last time. Because again, the way we do it last time is this because it feels very natural. How could I have done it another way? Okay. So I'll just give you a very small bonus right now because the benefit of this new triangle method is that in year 5, if you decide to take HL math, this will be used as if they assume that you know this method. It is very useful, but that's only in JC1 lah. So not a lot of benefits right now. That's all I can say. Yeah. So remember, this is very unnatural for you right now. Just keep that in mind. Okay. Now, so I have demonstrated to you this. You go to page the next page, and then we're going to create our own question. It's quite easy actually. Cosine, and then give me a fraction.
809.
Okay, 8/9. And then just for practice purposes, go find sine C and go find tangent C. Okay, and then I will give you an additional sentence. Give you additional sentence. Okay. Both cosine C, sorry, both sine C and tangent C are negative. Okay, there's a weird sentence there. Both sine C and tangent C are negative. Okay, do what you want, and then we'll talk about it.
Wait, but like them being negative, does it change really like the method?
Um, a little bit, only a little bit. The triangle will always be used.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. And then in this, they said that A and B lie in different quadrants. Then does it like is it do we use it in a question, for example?
So that sentence is their way of hiding the range that they want. My sentence, the red one, is also just another way of hiding the range. They don't tell you up. They don't tell you straight which quadrant. I am also not tell you straight which quadrant.
Oh, okay.
This is a feature of the question where they never speak plainly, so to speak. How do you deal with it? Of course, we're going to talk about it right now. Right? That's what we're talking about. But
Okay.
you try try the method just now.
Okay. Mhm.
Ini udah jam 10 pagi.
Yeah, I'm down.
But now, look at your working. Now, I keep telling you they are weird things. Okay, first, I keep telling you that you don't go and find the C. It looks like you can accept that. Secondly, they don't tell you the range, which is very weird. They hide it.
Oh,
Thirdly, this is another weird thing about three-goal question. You were assuming that it is quadrant one, right? Look at the way you draw C. The way you draw C is an acute angle, so quadrant one, no? Right?
mhm,
It's clear that this assumption is wrong because if it is quadrant one, sine C and tangent C will not be negative instead of positive. But that's not the weird one. The weird thing is they will give you marks for it. In trigonometry, even though quadrant one is not the answer, it's just an assumption, doing that will almost always give you marks. Because for some reason, assuming it to be quadrant one is useful somehow. Okay? Am I making any sense right now?
so do I like change the quadrant because it's like negative, or do I leave it as this?
All right. So you get the marks, but it's not the full mark lah. Sorry, I haven't. Okay. So you get half the marks, right?
Mm,
So now, if you are aware that it's not quadrant one, then good for you. Then to keep it simple, we just talk about the four quadrants. That's all.
mm.
It's not quadrant one, right? Can you think about which quadrant is C? Think about it for now.
It's either, oh, it's, I think it's quadrant four.
You're correct. Because if it's quadrant two, cosine C is negative. Cannot be wrong. It cannot be
Yeah,
right. If it's quadrant three, cosine C is negative.
yeah,
Quadrant four, positive, negative, negative, right? So
yeah.
once you realize that, the other weird thing is they never even ask you to declare it's quadrant four. You have to declare it yourself,
Oh,
which is why your teacher gives you a nice summary. You gotta figure out the quadrant first. That's
mm,
your job. They hide it, you figure it out, and then you adjust your answer. So now your sine C is no longer that number, but what?
mm,
Your sine C and tangent C must have some adjustment. Do you know
okay.
what the adjustment is?
Yeah, so I draw it like,
Oh, no, never mind, never mind. Okay. I'll show you something first. I'll show you. If this doesn't make sense, then I'll explain. Okay. So right now your answer is root 13, root 13, no, 17, 17. Root 17 over 9. Okay. Your adjustment is as simple as minus.
oh,
Does this make
oh,
any sense? This has to make sense. Some people just take it as, oh, I just put a minus. Okay, that's it, lor. That's not true, lah. That's not true.
yeah,
But
it
if you
makes sense
understand that,
because,
that's good.
is it because it's negative 17? Like it's,
So your teacher taught you lah the y-axis is negative. So your teacher have done
mm,
this kind of thing, isn't it? Oh wow, okay, not bad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you want to use the triangle method, the triangle is negative on the y-axis. You're correct.
yeah,
Okay, that's it, lor. Now how about tangent C?
um, just negative.
Yep, that's it. Now, if you understand this, then I don't have much to teach you already. Okay,
Okay,
let me show you. Let me show you how to do the question that your teacher gave you lah. So what's the question? Sine A equals to so the
three,
iPad, your iPad,
three,
2/5, and then tangent B. He gives you tangent B, which is not a nice fraction, but you know how to handle it. And then he tells you A and B are in different quadrants. Now this is a very efficient sentence. He managed to hide both quadrants from you, the quadrant of A and the quadrant of B, and you better figure it out at the start.
mm.
And you do that.
I think it's quadrant one.
For who and quadrant B for who?
Sorry. Oh,
Okay, you're saying that quadrant one. Do you mean that
like
A
both.
is quadrant one?
Oh,
Okay, that
okay.
doesn't sound like they're in different quadrants. Like, doesn't sound like that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Then the A is in quadrant two and the B is in quadrant three.
Okay. Now, um, at this point, I have to explain something. I have to explain something. Uh, this question is not, man, I've seen this question before. So this question is is improperly made. The reason is because I know quadrant 2 is positive, quadrant 3 is positive, but quadrant 2 and quadrant 1 is also possible.
Yeah.
And then quadrant 1, quadrant 3 is also possible. So you have three options. Now, this is not the intention of the question. The intention of the question is that there's only, because their job is to give you the proper range. This is not a proper range. This is a possibility of ranges.
Mhm.
That's that's not going to help you answer the question. And remember, it's their job, not your job, to define the range properly. So this question is not doing its job.
Mhm.
This question should not be. Wait until your teacher discuss. And if your teacher doesn't mention this, mention it very nicely and slowly to him or her.
No,
Okay?
he won't discuss this checklist with us. He just sent it to us like for our own revision.
Then you should confirm it with him directly
Okay.
lah,
Okay.
that this question is not well defined. This is the the three possibilities are not the intention of the question. Okay,
Mm.
that's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay.
If this happens in exam, we do not know what to do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we just ignore this question. I've seen this question before. It happens
Okay.
sometimes. Okay.
Mm.
So we go back to your textbook now and you will see this kind of question. We just identify them.
Will it be the graph or the picture?
The graph usually will not be this one. So the shape of the question is too simple already. Like they give you a fraction with an angle, sine A or whatever. And no, go back, go back, go back. And then look at question, what is that, 19, for example. Look at that. Oh, no, question 19 is still too easy. Okay, for example, question 12. Oh, question 12 is not difficult because they give you the range, right?
Mm.
But question 12 is what we're talking about. Make sense or not?
Oh, I did this before.
Right? What? Did you use triangle?
I don't remember. I submitted long ago.
Okay.
Um,
Question 12, you don't use triangle, maybe because the question never say give him exact answer. Then you
mm,
cannot be faulted lah. Yeah, but it seems like they always want an exact answer, but they never say. That's another fault of the question. Never say properly. Okay. Now, for example, just ask you to do question 17 lah. Question 17 is roughly what we're talking about. And I want an exact answer. Okay.
okay.
In fact, 16 and 17, they are of the same type. You would not think that 16 is the same type. 16 is the same type. 16 and 17, maybe 17 first.
Okay. So do I draw the triangle?
If the triangle is the only method to get an exact answer, if that makes some sense.
Okay.
The question never say, but from now on, you will assume that's what they want.
Mm.
Remember, you have to figure out the quadrant first.
Yeah,
You don't draw the triangle first.
yeah, it's quadrant two, but then how do I like draw the triangle for the quadrant two?
Right. Okay, very easy. Next page in the Jamboard here. So, but you draw your quadrant 4 so nice, right? Your quadrant 4, you draw it here, right? So you know your quadrant 2 is here. So you just draw your triangle like that. If that makes sense. The actual angle is here, lah, but you draw your triangle like that.
Oh,
And this will
because
be a positive and this will be a negative, lah.
wait, so the this one, wait one second.
This is the A, lah. It's the A.
This angle, like this part and this part,
Yeah, you're there. Mm-hmm.
uh basically it's like the same thing.
Not the same thing. No, no.
Like
Okay.
180 one
We
is
yeah, you call it the principal angle, right?
yeah.
The Even though A is supposed to be obtuse, right? Let's just put it that way. Quadrant 2 means A is obtuse, right?
Yeah.
Even though A is obtuse, you can only use the acute version. Now, the acute version is obviously not A, lah. Obviously not. But if you use the acute version and combine it with plus and minus, you will be correct. If that makes some sense to you. The same way that you do the quadrant 4 just now. You do the quadrant 4 like this. Now, to be fair, you weren't using the real angle. Here's the real angle. The real angle C is, they call it reflex.
Mm.
You were using the what they call the principal angle, the replacement angle, so that you can do something about it.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
So same thing, no? Same thing.
Okay. It's just correct.
Okay. Now, looking at your triangle, the triangle is fine, right? And Yeah, all the fractions are great. So it's just a matter of negatives. And the sign is, now the sign is somehow wrong. The sign is wrong. Sign A is wrong.
But opposite of what happening?
No, the numbers are correct. But
Oh,
why do you put a negative there?
no, I didn't.
Why? Oh, that's not a negative. I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry. If
equal
that's
sign.
then that is fine. Then you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's that simple in the end. Okay. So far so good, right? This
Yeah.
is question
Something.
17. Then question 16 turns out to be the same thing. Turns out it's so weird. Give it a try.
Okay.
For a
Right.
while, if you're
So
confused, okay, yes,
yeah.
you're saying?
Um, like I should um
Okay.
like
Um,
this
okay.
value.
Okay. So notice a few things. They give you the angle. Weird, right? They
Yeah.
give you the angle, which actually simply means they don't care about the angle at all. Exact same thing as question 17. They never bother about what A is, right? You should also know. So why do they give you the angle? They are not. They don't care, right? They just want to give you a fraction without you realizing it. They are actually giving you a fraction. The fraction is called k over 1 without you
Why
realizing it.
is it kill?
Well, because, k over 1 is k. First thing first. Secondly, I will ask you to draw the triangle and you need the 1. Why? You need the 1 to put in the hypotenuse, if that makes some sense.
Oh,
And this will work very well because in the end, this is a triangle question. How do I know this is a triangle question? Because they never care about the angle. They just care about sine another angle or cosine another angle. This is just the same thing. Do not be fooled by the angle. There is no other way to do this but to apply the same method because they never care about angle. This is the type of question where you have to use triangle. The type
oh,
where they never care about the angle.
okay. Then
So of course, 130 and 50 seems like they care about angle, but this is only saying that that's quadrant 2, quadrant 1, and they are related lah, right?
mm,
Because 130 is, 180
one
minus
59.
50. So they
Yeah.
are related lah. They are related in that way, loh. That's all lah.
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
whenever cosine 40, then
Okay. 40 don't have a relationship with 130 lah, correct?
yeah,
They don't.
yeah.
But you learn from EMATH that sine 50 has a relationship with, well, put it another way, 50 has a relationship with 40. Why do 50 has a relationship with 40? Because both of them exist in a triangle. Okay, okay, look, look. Why don't you just draw the triangle? I'll show you what it means. Just draw a triangle.
Like that.
Let me see the triangle. Okay. Now you're trying to draw the 130 and the 50 instead, right? So um, just do the 130 just to make it clear. And then you're actually drawing the 50 lah.
Yeah.
So in your 50, you have, put your K and your 1. Where's your K and where's your 1? K is there, good. And 1 is there, good. And therefore, you automatically find the adjacent
Yeah.
using Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Which is, right there, which is square root of 1 minus K squared. And there's nothing else that you can do. It is 1 square minus K square square root. Okay, that's it. You got it. Yeah, so now, what is sine 50, is it? Sine 50, right? Sine 50 is definitely still K over 1. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so you're
then,
done. You're done with part 1. Okay, now
yeah.
cosine 40. Now I promise you that this triangle contains 40 because of course it is. Of course this triangle contains 40. Where's the 40?
Like,
Where's the 40? No, 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 no. Don't make another triangle. This exact triangle contains 40. Correct.
oh,
Correct. And now he asks you for cosine 40. What is cosine 40? It's also K over 1.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So that was the trick. That was the trick. He's using all these tricks, right? Now, this is exam level question. They kind of just expect you to be able to figure this one out. Lah. Hmm. Okay. Though I cannot see your I cannot see your writing very well, but is that two? Are you solving 230?
Yeah.
230? Oh, okay, okay. Then you're correct.
For negative sine 220, what
Okay,
am I
how
supposed
do you
to
deal
say?
with it? Now at this point, Anu, I hope you're clear. This is exam level question. It looks so simple, but this is super exam level. So in end of year, right? This will be an end of year. End of year is like I think 2 months from no 1.5 months from now. Could you please dog ear your page? This one. If nothing else, this question you need to practice again next time.
Mm, okay.
Okay, just to remind yourself, because unless we found another similar one,
Mm,
this one is very common in year five. You're not in year five, right?
mm,
Now I can tell you they're itching to give you this, lah, right?
mm,
Okay, so I'll explain the minus 50. Tell me, is it cosine minus 50 or something?
mm.
What is it? Cosine, what is it?
Sine,
Sine minus 230, is it? 230 or
yeah,
220?
no, 220.
220. Okay, so again, I'm going to write down. He's asking for sine minus 220. Am I correct?
Yeah.
220. Okay, now it's very easy. Surprisingly, it's very easy. Surprisingly, this question tests you a lot on the foundation. So this is a positive and this is a negative. What, isn't it? Correct?
Yeah.
So where's your minus 220? Simple. Here's your minus 90. Here's your minus 180. And there, minus 90, minus 180. And well, this one is your
Right.
minus 220, which is to say it is the same thing as 130. Now, let me get this very clear, okay? Very clear. Even though 40 degree is not the same as 50 degree, I understand that. I understand. Or for the, sorry, never mind. Even though 130 degree is not the same as 50 degree, right? Even though that is true, but 130 is exactly the same as minus 220 degree. They're exactly the same.
But but isn't the angle in the quadrant 240?
Sure. This is 40. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So this is 120. I'm so sorry. Make a careless mistake. This is 120 because this is, wait a minute.
No, it's supposed to be 140, right?
I'm sorry, 140. I'm sorry. My mistake. Uh-oh. Okay, 140. And then this thing is 40. Right?
Mm,
Right. Sorry about that. So 140 is equal to 220. But what's the point? Because I would rather deal with 140 than minus 220. I
mm,
would rather. Okay. Then 140 is obviously in quadrant 2. So basically, this is a hidden quadrant 2 lah.
mm,
That be okay? Hidden quadrant 2. So now I have a quadrant 2 value, which definitely means I can do the principal angle. The principal angle is 40, ma?
mm. Yeah.
And therefore, I can simply refer to the triangle also.
Okay.
I already have this triangle. I just have to deal with it. Make sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Really example.
This is correct.
And then that's it. Let me see, yeah? Okay, you do have the, yeah, you do have the 40, right? So since they want sine, is it? I'm sorry, wait, what do they want? They want sine,
They
yeah,
will.
okay. Sine, right? So sine means that, and it will be a positive. Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Now you check your answer first.
Okay. Wait, for this
Mm-hmm.
part, they didn't put a negative sign.
Sorry, yeah, still cannot. Part three, the question is, part three is,
Uh,
oh,
tangent to 30.
tangent. Okay, tangent to 30. Now, from the outset first, from the outset, this is a quadrant 3 angle, correct?
Yeah.
Um, Tangent quadrant 3 is supposed to be positive. So first thing first lah. Okay, first thing first. So
Um,
why is it so, right? Why is it so? So you know that something is wrong with your triangle, but not by a lot. It's just the sign. People always get the sign wrong. Don't worry too much about it. Remember, you can always check your answer by relying on your quadrant 1, 2, 3 knowledge. Yeah,
okay.
you just forget to do it. Okay, so now you know something is wrong, but the triangle says so. So the triangle has something wrong. I already see what's wrong with the triangle. No, that
Oh,
guy is definitely a
this.
minus. Ah, there you go. See, that's all. That's all. Then it becomes a positive. That's it.
Okay.
That's all. Right. And this kind of helps you. And therefore, your fourth triangle, the part 4, 1, the K is supposed to be minus also. It's just that you didn't use it, so you're correct. The K is supposed to be a minus. Yeah,
Oh,
that guy. Correct.
oh,
You
yeah,
you just I mean, humanly speaking, you luckily escaped.
yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Which again means your triangle 1, the adjacent angle must be a minus also. So you kind of like miss out on quite a lot.
Mm,
Okay. So triangle option 1, yeah, that's a negative. Yeah, that guy's a
yeah,
negative. Triangle option 2, also that guy's a negative. So you're kind of yeah, something like that. Something like that. I
mm,
hope all this makes sense.
yeah.
Now, this is not an innocent question. This is an exam level question. People get it wrong all the time in exam. So be careful with this question and hopefully we'll find another one that looks like this.
Okay.
Now, how does this question confuse you? Let me show you the final format. The final format looks like this. The final format is sine A. See, they never tell you the angle, right? Always
Yeah.
like that, right? And then they also don't tell you the fraction. It's it's deadly to some people. There, x.
Mm,
Okay, which basically means he's telling you is x
X
over
over
1,
1.
by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And to most people, this is deadly. They don't tell you the angle, they don't tell you the fraction. Brain cannot think already.
Mm,
But but you already learn how to deal with it in question 16. You
mm,
already.
yeah.
Okay? So just saying. Right? Now the issue with this kind of question is that making the question are too easy already. It's too easy to make this kind of question, and it's too easy to make it very hard or
Mm,
very confusing. Right, that's all. Now, this is hopefully the last topic I have to talk to you regarding the trigonometry lah. So there are only three things right now.
mm,
The special angles, which is not this one. This one is the non-special angle, the every angle, the ugly angles, and then the last one is the sketching one. Hopefully, those are all the trigonometry you have to deal with this year.
mm.
Now, here's my prediction. Your teacher will go beyond this before exam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your teacher will just talk about more and then not usable in exam. And I don't know which one is worse. To talk about something not in exam or to talk about it and not put it in exam. Actually, both are actually rather bad. I think. I
Mm,
think it's both rather bad. So we have half an hour left. What do you want to do? Now, remember, you have a lot of options, right? You're preparing for end of year. If you have other subjects that you think there's a problem, it's best to just talk about those problems right now. Solve it before end of year is coming. Okay, let me
mm.
help you then. Let me help you then. If not, then the second option is to talk about the identities, which is going to be very confusing. But that's not helping your exam. But your teacher's going to talk about it. So,
I
like that,
think
look.
if it's going to be very confusing, then maybe we should do the identities.
Maybe what? Sorry, maybe what?
We should do the identities.
Okay, let me intro to you in a way that is not weird because yeah, I'm guessing that your teacher will make it not.
Mm. But wait, one sec before that, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask, like this
Mhm.
question, this part.
Okay, I
Can
gotta look. Is it question 12? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Help me zoom in a bit. Maybe that's a problem. Just help me zoom in a bit. Okay, that's nice. Thank you. So question
Okay.
12. Sure.
This is
So
right. Is this like, is it telling me the quadrant? Something like that.
try wait, wait. Keiko, I can see you, yeah. So have you studied radian?
Yeah.
So that's a radian, right? So 3 pi over 2, right? The
So
pi,
270.
that's 270. Yeah, that's 270. That's what it means. So he gave you a range, something like that.
So basically on this thing, it doesn't go like after quadrant 3.
Quadrant 1 to 3, yes.
Okay.
Given that A will be quadrant 1 to 3, what will happen to? But this is just their way of saying that A is quadrant 2 lah. That's quadrant 3 lah, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though the range is 1 to 3, basically A is quadrant 3, not
Yeah.
quadrant 1 and 2, right? So
Mm.
yeah, that's just all I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, good. Good. So there's a sketch and everything. Blah, blah, blah. Sketch, sketch, sketch. And identities. Okay, so you're gonna see something totally new, okay? I'm gonna talk about the three things, the three things that come in a package, the one on the right hand side. So I'm just gonna write it down for you in the Jamboard. Okay, glad today you can do 1.5 hours because so far, so happens the other student moved his tuition earlier because of exam schedule. So now you can benefit the most out of it, right?
Mm.
So the first guy is already very weird. Yeah, I get it. The guy's weird. Now I'm trying to make the second and the third guy not weird. Okay, then you know you're only dealing with one weird thing, not three. Yeah. Now, what is the second guy? The second guy, he tells you, is derived from the first one. It's so simple. Do a door.
Oh,
Sine square. Okay. Okay. And this guy becomes, oh no, no, that one is the third one. This becomes the third one. The cotangent. Theta. And then this is equals to 1 over sine, which is cosecant. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just door the first guy, I get the third guy already. I door again the first guy, but now I'm dividing it by cosine, right? Square theta. So I will have tangent theta. So he's not writing it very nicely, you know. He should have written the tangent theta square on the first guy, lah. First guy plus 1 equals to 1 over cosine, which is secant square. Do you
wait,
understand what I'm saying?
no. Which part is it?
Okay, I'm talking about the right page, okay? I'm talking about the right
Oh,
page and I'm talking about the box there. There's a small box there that contains three weird things, okay? This thing. I claim to you that the first guy is weird. So I'm going to explain that later,
mm.
okay? Later. I'm claiming that the second and third guy is not weird at all. It is just derived from the first guy. So see, I take the first guy, which is an equation. I divided it, divided by sine square theta. Can I do that? Just to confirm. I can, right? I can do that if I want to, right?
Mm.
Nothing wrong with that, right? So sine square theta divided by sine square theta is 1, right? Can or not?
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Okay, 1. That's done. Now, what is cosine square divided by sine square? That's called cotangent square, correct?
Oh, is it from?
Yeah,
Okay.
cosine divided by sine is cotangent. Sine divided by cosine is tangent. Wait, this is okay or not? If you do
Yeah.
not know, then tell me. Okay, so again, summarize for you. Sine divided by cosine is tangent, right? Then you reverse that thing, you call it cotangent. That's all. That's all it means. Cotangent simply means 1 over tangent. That's all. Okay?
Uh,
1 over sine is cosecant. 1 over cosine is cosecant. They just call it weird names. I don't know how else to say. They call it weird names. They want to call 1 over sine something weird. They
I
tada,
um
tada. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. So your teacher never mentioned things like sine over cosine is tangent. Never.
You did like
Okay, that's the first one.
but like I don't really understand that.
Okay. Let me make it not weird at all. Next page. Next page. Next page. Now, all the names are very weird. Now, in our life, in our normal life, there are no words like sine, cosine, tangent, and everything. No such thing. There's no such thing at all, right? This is a new word. They tell you that sine of an angle simply means I'm going to take the side opposite divided by the side which is the longest. They call it the hypotenuse. The longest side is called hypotenuse.
Yeah.
Now, this is actually what sine means. They tell you that tokaso. So, right? Okay, Darlene and Kiko, I'm going to put you in the breakout room. Okay, got it. So what is the word? What does the word sine mean? For whatever reason, it means take the opposite side divided by the longer side. And that seems to matter a lot for some reason. It does matter a lot. And that's what sine means.
Yeah.
Now, what is cosecant? 30. Another weird
Sine 30.
it means 1 over sine 30. Why ever they want this, actually is so simple. It's just hypotenuse divided by opposite. That's all. They decided to call hypotenuse over opposite a different name.
Oh, okay.
That's it. As
Okay.
annoying as it sounds, cosecant simply means 1 over sine. As weird as it sounds.
Okay.
Really, that's all, and there is nothing else to it.
Okay.
Therefore, hoping that I have given you something which is not weird.
Mm.
Now, cosine 30, right? Cosine 30. You learn that cosine means take the adjacent guy over the longest guy, which is called hypotenuse. So what does secant 30 means? I don't know, another weird guy, which is simply 1 over cosine 30, which is just simply hypotenuse over adjacent. That's it.
Okay.
Then last one, okay? Why is tangent equals to sine over cosine? Because obviously, when you take tangent is opposite over adjacent, sine
Yeah.
is opposite over hypotenuse over adjacent over hypotenuse, and you get this as OA. Oh, really? Tangent is sine over cosine. Just because of that, there's no mystery. There's no other mystery to it. So, what is cotangent? Cotangent is simply 1 over tangent is simply A over O, and then that's it. And with that, there is no more combination. This is the maximum 6 combination to think about. And then they're happy. They're happy naming weird stuff.
Okay.
Okay, that's really it.
Okay.
Really. Okay, don't think of it as a definition. Think of it as them naming weird stuff, which is kind of simple. Okay, now back to the previous question. They suddenly jump into a more complicated weird thing. They call it identities. This is not how we use the word identities in real life. We use the word identities in real life to talk about the essence of a person. I don't know, the thing that is important to that person, the thing that forms the identity to a person. Wow, it's so deep and it's so important. To be fair, it is very important to a person, correct? So for example, your identity may involve the things that you do, right? The things that you put in effort to. For example, your dance is part of your identity. That is maybe fair to say, something like that.
Yeah.
To take away that is to not allow you to express your identity, which doesn't feel good, if that makes some sense to you. Okay.
Yeah.
But your identity is also to do well in exam. You might not know why you want to do that, but that seems to be part of your identity. To not help you do that, you will feel bad also that you cannot, do well in exam because for some reason that is part of your identity. I don't know whether it actually is or not. I don't know whether it is or not, but it just looks like it. Okay? Something like that. That's how we use the word identity in real life. Hey, they go and use this word in math, which totally does not mean that. Wait, you know what? No, identity in A math simply means like this. This weird thing is going to be correct every time. Look, it's weird. They even acknowledge that. They don't say it clearly, but they acknowledge that this comes out of nowhere. And they do prove it, lah, never mind. But it's weird because you wouldn't think of sine square plus cosine square as equal to 1. But identity means this weird thing is correct every time. That's what it means. Okay, so maybe slightly different from how we use the word identity. Now, I'm going to just show to you that this is correct every time. Just do sine square a weird angle, maybe 32. I don't know. Sine square 32, cosine square 32. What is it?
Like sine square.
32? No. The square is, oh my goodness. Trigonometry is full of this kind of trap. The square means everything square. Do you understand? It's their shortcut. It's so weird. The square is just so weird, right?
Okay.
So you gotta do a big bracket and then a square. There's no other way. Doing this will be wrong. The calculator don't accept it.
Like that.
Yeah. You gotta do a big bracket. Yeah. It's like that. Okay, then big bracket, cosine 32, then square. And then it's 1, right? So just show yourself and do another weird angle. Like, I don't know, minus 15. You can do a minus 15. So by this, I claim, no matter what the angle is, it will be correct. By this, I claim. So it's a weird thing. Okay, it's a weird thing that is correct all the time. The second and third guy is just a variation of the first guy. So far, so good?
Yeah.
They are presented as a package. So take it that way. They're presented as a package, not as a separate thing. Then now I'm going to tell you why they talk about this weird guy. Because this weird guy is extremely useful. So there is some good that come out of this. This weird guy is useful because if I see this and this, they basically both disappear and become one. That's nice. Anything that allows me to reduce the number of trigonometry is nice. Anything. And this first guy, no matter how weird it is, you must admit later on is very useful because it allows you to reduce trigonometries. Okay? Yeah. Right? So let's flip the page and let's find an example of this application. For example, okay, look at example, I don't want to, okay. For example, which one user it? Okay, let's look at example B. They already used the hard one. Never mind. Okay, so let's cover the solution and let's talk about example B. Cover the solution. Example 2B. 2B. Okay. Cover the solution. Just a paper or something. Now, okay, something like that. Now, obviously, the question B looks very weird. Okay? Question B looks very weird and ask you to simplify. Normally, when you simplify, you factorize and hope to cancel something. Now, there is no hope of cancellation here. But I'm still going to factorize, right? Because that's just a normal thing to do in factorizing. So I factorize the cotangent theta out. I have cosine squared theta minus 1. And immediately realize that cosine squared theta minus 1 is part of the identity package. Look at the identity in the previous page. The list in the previous page, and look at option number 3. Option number 3 allows me to change this guy into somebody simpler. Do you see that?
But isn't this a plus? Oh.
Can. You just dot a bit. Just rearrange a bit. I mean, nobody say you cannot rearrange. You can rearrange, you can. So I rearrange and I discover that this is equal to cotangent square theta. Would this be okay? Does this make any sense?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. You have managed to do a weird thing and change it into another weird thing. I must admit, cotangent square theta is not as simple as you may want. However, now that you have this, you can, I guess, make it look simpler, I guess. Now you look at your next page and you realize that that's probably what they do. Yes, that's what they do. And you must admit that the final result is simpler than the first part. I guess you can admit that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, none of this is particularly useful. How do I say this? Okay, you have entered the part of trigonometry where they make it into a puzzle. A puzzle doesn't have to make sense, I guess. A puzzle just have to follow certain rules, which is totally weird right now. But if you follow those certain rules, you can actually make the puzzle look simple. That will be called solving the puzzle.
Mhm.
And that is what the trigonometry suddenly do to you. Suddenly it becomes a puzzle solving thingy, which is very weird. This part of trigonometry totally feels very different from the previous part. It just, there's no other way around it. If you like puzzle, this is your game. If you do not like puzzle, especially in exam, you don't do this one in exam until the end. It's that simple. Let me put it in perspective again. Let me put this whole thing in perspective. Then I can ask you whether you like it or not. This puzzle thingy will be, let's say, in the end, in O level, it's maybe there's a puzzle, 3 or 4 marks. Sounds big, okay? Which will then be useful for Richard, tak, aku bisa lihat ya, nanti kita ketemu ya 7.30.
Yeah, okay.
Good job ya. Okay, which will then continues to another 4 mark question. They call it a solve question. So in total, it seems like this is worth 8 marks. Okay, maybe let's call it that. Okay, now to put things into perspective, the sketching question, whenever they give, is at least 6 marks, usually, at least. So 6 mark plus.
Oh.
But it's way easier than this one. Or rather, it feels more natural. Maybe I call it that way. It feels more natural.
Yeah.
The triangle one, the one we covered, is also 6 mark plus, actually.
Huh? Oh, okay.
But you haven't seen the final form. You haven't seen that. That means they for example, the question 16 has 4 parts, right? 4 parts.
Yeah.
No? So they give you all that 4 parts in exam and they charge a total of 6 marks. They give a total of 6 marks. So it's worth it, right? I guess because it's not straightforward, some of them, it's not straightforward. So in total, it's gonna be 6 marks. Something like that. In total. Right? So that's another 6 marks. And then special angle is not guaranteed to happen. When it happens, the special angle is usually 4 to 6 marks also. But most of the time, special angle is combined to the other things most of the time. So I wouldn't bet too much on a pure special angle question. Okay, so in comparison, what you have already done is slightly more valuable and slightly less weird. And then compared to all the other topics before this, let me just remind you, the chordal geometry is 10 marks at least. The circle chordal geometry is 8 marks at least. The binomial is 7 marks at least. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Thankfully, this is not in end of year anyway. Thankfully, right? If it is in end of year, if your teacher changed his mind, my advice to you is the same. It's weird. If you like it, you do it. If you don't like it, don't do it until the end. That's it. Finish. Okay. Takes a lot of practice time to get it right. Is all I'm trying to say. It takes a lot of practice time. And right now, I would really prefer that you concentrate on other subjects or other topics rather than to practice this one too much. this feels like an awful lot of warning from me. It is because this thing takes a lot of time to get right and it's very weird.
Yeah.
So the weirdness doesn't change. Let me warn you, the weirdness doesn't change one after you practice a lot. It's still weird. It's just that you get used to it. Like that. So your teacher will teach this, and for the first time in Sec 3, I will tell you, do not follow the school too much. Perhaps you should just devote some time for end of year. It's just better. And I bring for other subjects, not just AMAT.
Mm.
Okay, now, as a final piece of advice, we have 6 weeks before end of year. Let's just call it that way, can?
Yeah.
You have how many subjects?
8.
8. I'm gonna pretend that you don't study for English, can?
Yeah.
Just gonna pretend that. I'm gonna pretend you don't study a lot for your mother tongue, can?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just pretend that. So you have 6 weeks for 6 subjects. I'm just gonna pretend that. So this means 1 week, one subject, low, roughly lah, something like that. That doesn't sound like a lot of time, isn't it, to cover the whole Sec 3 topic? Correct or
Yeah.
not?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say. You don't have a lot of time. Don't waste it, I guess, on things which are not part of exam. I
Mhm.
promise you, I will help you with this weird thing after exam, during the holiday, whatever, when we have a lot of time left. I promise. So I'm very hesitant to teach you this right now because I know how it feels for a while. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your choice. I can teach you more. We still have 8 minutes.
Mhm. Wait, instead of that, could you like teach me the physics, the waves?
And waves, will it be an exam? I'm being practical here.
Waves, no,
Check first lah.
like because our
Oh,
W3 got postponed, but it's in the end of year.
end of year. So that's what I care. Okay, WA, whatever lah, whatever. Who cares? Because of the cheating thing, right?
No.
The
Because of the mobile guardian.
the hacking thing.
Yeah, the hacking thing.
Right. There's a cheating thing. There's a hacking thing. La la la.
Yeah. But the
Okay.
cheating thing was for email.
Oh, it's only on a certain subject.
Yeah, it's only for email.
Such.
And it wasn't our class because our class was the one who took it first.
Mm. So you're saying that not all classes are affected.
Actually, no, I don't think our class is affected.
Right. Then just forget about it. It's just yeah. Okay, so waves. I'll tell you the summary and then I'll know where you are. Okay. I guess that's an easier way.
Yeah.
Now waves
Actually,
are
we
mhm.
finished the chapter, but then I just want to like make it clear, like completely clear.
If you have a question, you ask. If not, I'll summarize.
Yeah, summarize.
Okay. Now listen to me. If you see something that you have never studied before, tell me. Okay, maybe this is outside the end of year. Okay, just tell me. Okay.
Um,
Uh, Now wave is the most abstract thing, so I try to make it very simple. Okay, I try to make it. It's very difficult to observe wave in daily life. That's
Yeah.
our problem. We lack experience, whereas other physics you can at least feel it. So here's the summary in page 14.
Okay.
There is only okay, I call it two. There's only two equation, right? Okay, so the V equals to F lambda. You can phrase it
Yeah.
any way you want,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna phrase it using unit. This is meter per second, and wavelength is length, is meter. Simple, right?
Yeah.
This F is actually, if you think about it, F is not the best way of saying it. It's better to say it as big T. It's not small t. This is meter and this is second. Obviously, what? Correct? This is like a wavelength is a special length. They call it wavelength. Period is a special time. They call it period. I hope that makes sense. Special
Yeah.
length over special time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So meter over second. And then you realize that 1 over big T is frequency lah.
Yeah.
Therefore, the unit of frequency is 1 over s. They call that hertz. Hertz is just 1 over second. Believe me, that's very useful.
Mm.
If you do not know that hertz is 1 over second, you lose some marks. They
Mm.
kind of assume that you know. So far so good. And then the other formula is surprisingly very simple also. It's also speed, right?
Mm.
And not a special length over not a special time. This is something you learn from primary 5. So the
Yeah.
only thing you learn in wave that, oh, speed is now special over special. That's all. That's all.
Mm.
Whereas back then, you just learn speed is whatever distance over whatever time.
Mm.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
believe me, this three is all you need in terms of formula. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Okay, done. Now let's talk about the application. The application will look something like this. Longitudinal or transverse, I'm not talking about that yet. I'm just talking about the general thing.
Mm.
Generally, generally, now I'll use the more common format. There is a reason why frequency is more preferable than period. There is a reason because frequency determines two things. Frequency is the thing that we experience.
Mm.
As a human being, we experience frequency in terms of color or light, or in terms of pitch. Now, you're a dancer, you dance to the tune. You cannot be tune deaf. Actually, is it possible for a tone deaf person to dance? I don't know. Is it possible?
If they just memorize the steps like that.
I guess they can follow the tempo lah. I guess like yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. So I guess that makes some sense. Now I think
Mm.
of it. But you probably are not tone deaf, and therefore you can sense when something is out of whack, when something is not harmonizing.
Mm.
And that involves pitches. So we experience frequency, not period.
Mm.
That's why frequency is the choice for the formula, and therefore it makes it look like the formula is new. It's not. The formula was never new.
Mm.
But okay, fine. Frequency is what we experience. So which means in color and pitch. The good thing about frequency is the moment the wave is produced. So after producing,
Mm.
nothing can alter it. Frequency do not change. This is something not emphasized enough. It does not change.
So like
I'll
never,
explain what it means.
it will never change at all.
Under very strict definition, like what I'm saying is red is red. Red is red. Node A is node A. That's how we experience it. That's how we experience it. Node A is node A, node C is node C.
Mm.
When I sing C to you, you will hear it as C. Nothing much can change that.
Okay.
Okay. How do you change the frequency? You don't change it after production. You change it by producing a different note. That's not called changing.
Mm.
Like if you want note A from the start, just produce a note A lah. And as a human being, you can sing like that. If you're a musician, you press the correct thing, you will produce note A, not note C.
Mm.
If if you somehow can emit light like a lamp, the lamp should simply produce red if you want red. Red
Mm.
cannot change to green the moment it is already produced.
Mm.
This is very practical reality. It is very difficult to change a frequency after it's produced. Very difficult. And therefore, it is reflected in the question. They just never say. You must understand that in a question, they have an assumption that frequency cannot change after it is produced.
Mm.
Clear?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you will see how useful this is in exam questions.
Mm.
Does your teacher tell you all this?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, good. So he is emphasizing to you something very important. Then I'll go very fast. Medium affects speed.
Mm.
Change the medium, change the speed. Can't tell how many times this happened in exam. That's what they like. Change the medium, change the speed.
Mm.
Okay. Whereas for wavelength, it simply follows. Most of the time, it follows. Follows who? Follows the medium lah. When the medium change, the speed change, the frequency must stay the same, then the wavelength must follow the change. That's all.
So the wavelength follows the speed, like the change
Change in
in
the
speed.
medium.
Okay.
Change in speed, which follows the change in medium. And this is the deepest wave they will tell you. I'm telling you the deepest one. The other one, the echo and everything, is actually rather simple.
Mm. Okay.
That's it. I've already covered all waves. You're saying?
Yeah, so I'm asking like what affects like I remember my teacher said that like the pitch, like I don't get like the pitch, like if you draw it on a graph, what like
Hmm.
yeah, that
Oh, you want to see the visualization of pitch.
yeah, like I don't
Okay.
understand what is pitch.
Uh, okay. Now I know time is up. I'm gonna answer that very shortly, but this shows that I think you have to ask physics. You want to ask physics next time.
Mm.
Okay, like
Okay.
before end of year. Okay,
Okay.
so next time we can devote some time to other subject because you know what? We're not gonna care about A math unless you change your mind. Unless you change your mind, we can care a bit less about A math. Make sense?
Mm.
Okay, yeah. So pitch is not something you see. First of all, pitch is something you hear. So unfortunately, in exam, you cannot hear a pitch. Unfortunately.
Mm.
Okay. What do you see? Unfortunately, you cannot see a pitch. It's so annoying. But in A math, you have learned pitch like this. This is high pitch, and this is low pitch. There. High pitch
Oh,
is more things happening. Low pitch is less things happening per second. That's all.
mm. Okay.
That's how you see it. You see it as a frequency. Of what makes sense? Frequency means how many times? Huh? How many times it's happening per second. High pitch, low pitch.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you want. So go ahead and draw this, and maybe we can talk about it more next week, whether physics, chemistry, E-math, or past A-math. Okay.
Um,
I'll see you next week. Right, Anu?
okay.
Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye
Halo,
bye.
oke,
Ya,
halo
oke
kalau
Richard.
Philip,
Ya,
aku
ya
barusan
Richard gimana?
selesai prelimu.
Practical. Waduh, mantap. Ya, gimana?
Ya apa ya?
Gimana perasaannya?
Lumayan sih, tapi
Mhm.
ya.
Joshua, I'll follow your exam ya. Joshua for your exam board. Sorry, I'll follow your
Aneh
exam.
gitu loh. Aku
Oh,
ngerjain grafnya.
kenapa? Kenapa aneh?
Grafnya bener. Memang
Grafnya benar.
sebenarnya grafnya
Mhm.
harusnya kan negatif
Sebentar.
graf atau apa
Physics
gitu.
atau kimia dulu? Physics atau kimia dulu?
Dua-duanya.
Oh, dua-duanya. Oke,
Ya
gimana?
langsung
Mhm.
kayak yang beneran tau, dua-duanya langsung. Nah, yang
Hah?
chemistry yang keluar QA. Terus
Wah, pas.
QA-nya itu
Oke.
dikasih lembarannya ternyata. Jadi gak perlu
Oh, nggak usah
ngingetin.
dihafalin. Oke, oke. Oke, that's nice. Oke. Tapi is that gonna happen in O level? Enggak kan ya?
Buat apa ya? Buat
Maksudnya di
ya
O level dikasih contekannya nggak istilah gitu?
yang yang
Yang
praktikal
dikasih yang dikasih lembaran gitu. Ah, iya,
harusnya
praktikal.
dikasih kayaknya.
Oh gitu. Jadi cuma di written exam aja yang nggak dikasih
Iya,
gitu. Oh, oke, sure. Oke, berarti kemarin nggak perlu dong ya? Ya bagus lah. Oke, terus lanjut. Nah, lanjut. Terus gimana?
QA keluarnya bener harusnya. Em, Kayak ditanyai ini apa gitu ya. Nggak ada
Hmm.
balancing equation. Jadi oke, bagus banget.
Oh, kamu
Jadi
nggak suka balancing?
gak suka sama sekali. Biasanya balancing itu yang
Waduh,
gampang sulit. Yang
waduh.
salah
Oke,
banyak
oke,
itu
oke.
biasanya balancing.
Padahal balancing itu gampang. Oke, let's talk about it. Oke, terus, terus.
Tapi ya gitu, kayaknya sih gak apa-apa. Tapi aku agak khawatir itu fisika dulu. Fisika itu
Kalau kamu
grafnya
bilang
itu
selalu
kayak kecil
bermasalah
gitu.
kan? Selalu bermasalah kan? Oke, oke. Sebentar ya, sebelum sebelum kita lanjut. Joshua, you told me last week that, chemistry is just not what you want. Correct? Or not?
Yeah, but I
If
have
possible, if possible, you just don't want to take HL Chem in
yeah,
JC1, right? If
yeah.
possible. So don't put too much effort in chemistry if you don't even need it for your L1 R5. I'm being practical here, but is it acceptable to you or not? It depends. You don't have to accept my advice, but I need to know where you stand.
Because
What is your goal for chemistry, you see,
I
for O level?
mean, I'm just worried. if one of my subjects doesn't work well.
Hmm.
So like I can still use chemistry as backup.
And anyone, is it? You mean that
Yeah,
anyone
anyone.
may, wow.
But I don't
Hmm.
know. But
Okay.
it's also my practical tomorrow for
Practical for what?
chemistry.
Sorry,
Chemistry.
for prelim, is it?
Yeah, really.
Oh, it's a prelim. Okay, then I can see that the question you chose are rather practical. So for now, I
Yeah.
guess let's do that. Okay, let's do that. That's fine. For now, it's fine. I understand. Thank you. Continue, continue. Oke, Richard, sorry, kamu bilang grafnya itu kecil.
Kelihatannya sih value-nya semua benar.
Oke, oke.
Maksudnya
Mungkin
masuk
scale-nya,
akal gitu lah. Jadi
scale-nya
skill-nya
gimana?
itu udah dikasih set
Oh,
skin.
udah dikasih. Jadi
Iya.
udah fix. Jadi nggak bisa nggak. Oke, oke. A bit weird. Oke, oke. Biasanya kalau dia kasih scale, dia usahakan supaya sebesar mungkin grafnya. Karena besar lebih baik.
Ya, jadi
Kenapa ya?
eh,
Oke,
yang y-axis-nya itu sampai 6 kan. Terus yang
oke,
x-axis-nya itu sampai 2,8 gitu ya.
oke, dua, tiga. Terus
Y-axis
number,
paling tinggiku tuh 4. 4,8
oke.
gitu lah. 4,08 gitu.
Waduh,
Terus
4 doang. Oke.
terus x-axisku itu cuma sampai
Mm-mm.
2,4 gituan.
2,4 lumayan dong. Lumayan
Jadi
dekat sama
kecil.
2,8.
Kayak 1/4 kertasnya.
Nah, gitu.
1/4 scale-nya.
Oh, gitu. Terus kamu nggak disuruh kayak, misalnya kamu gambar kecil nih kan. Oke, agak aneh lah. Kamu nggak disuruh nerusin, sorry, ini hasilnya garis atau apa?
Garis
Oke,
lurus,
garis.
baseline.
Oke, normal kan. Fisik biasanya hasilnya garis gitu.
Oh
Tapi
ya, terus ada
kamu,
ada lagi
mhm,
ini value-nya yang punya aku ini agak aneh. Jadi tak circle
mhm.
terus tak tulis ignore. Gitu kan boleh.
Maksudnya kayak out of the line gitu.
Out of the line jadi tak circle. Saking aku ada 5 poin
Hmm,
kan.
mhm,
Yang 1 poin ini kayak
mhm.
terlalu ke atas gitu.
Benar,
Jadi
maksudnya susah gitu.
susah dapetin baseline-nya gitu lah. Jadi aku circle
Maksudnya,
habis itu tak tulis ignore gitu.
maksudnya kamu ngabis, kamu kan itu semua poin kan didapat dari eksperimen gitu ya.
Ya,
Normally, do you have time to repeat? Misalnya aneh nih, ketahuan nih. Pas gambar baru ketahuan kan. Terus, ini aneh. Is it a good idea or a practical idea untuk tolong diulang? Biasanya buat kamu. Buat
kalau
fisika nih. Kalau buat
kalau
kimia mungkin enggak soalnya.
ini kalau misalnya fisikanya aneh-aneh banget ya, aneh pol gitu ya. Jadi
Heeh.
value-nya
Pusing lah.
aneh pol, pusing-pusingan
Heeh.
gitu ya. Tak
Ya
ulangin
harus
lagi.
ganti.
Tapi yang
Ya
ini
gimana lah.
value-nya itu masih kayak Isa
Tapi
gitu loh.
kalau
Tapi
misalnya kamu
grafnya itu
ulang
kok
satu
kecil
yang aneh,
banget.
enggak. Satu yang aneh aja, yang aneh satu itu aja yang diulang. Nggak
Tapi
bisa.
kayak ya bisa ya. Tapi kayaknya itu ya waktu tak tak kerjain itu udah bener semua. Jadi
Oke.
em,
Oke,
ini kan
kalau
ini
kamu ignore, kan kalau kamu
ya.
ignore kan, kalau
Oh
kamu
enggak.
ignore ya,
Tak kerjain semua bener kelihatannya. Jadi ini kan light experiment. Jadi screen-nya di 90 cm, light-nya di uh, crosswire-nya di kosong gitu lah. Terus ada lensa
mhm,
harus dipindah-pindah kiri kanan.
hmm,
Jadi
oke,
nyari um,
focal point.
focal point ya. Focal point yang
Grafnya itu
magnify,
one
focal
over,
point
jadi grafnya itu one over sama one over ya, benar nggak sih?
1/m sama 1/m ya gitu.
Iya, iya benar, benar. Ya, aku udah ngerti. Udah ngerti. Ya, itu normal banget sih.
Jadi pikiranku itu ya
Enggak,
konversiku salah atau
enggak. Itu gara-gara one over m ya. Jadi graf kamu ada kemungkinan benar. Tapi kan kamu di graf kan kamu geser-geser kan, sorry, di X-nya kamu geser kan. Misalnya M-nya 2 2 ada 10 cm lah ya kan, mungkin 10 cm terus 15 cm misalnya gitu kan, kira-kira kan.
jadi
Terus
ada
pas
kayak
di one over, pas di one over jadi aneh. Itu aku nggak heran. Jadi yang kamu bilang itu masalah yang ternyata menurut aku cukup normal. Kayaknya kamu nggak salah-salah banget. Karena kamu 1/4. Bukan berarti kamu nggak salah ya, tapi nggak salah amat gitu loh.
Ya.
Nggak salah amat.
Jadi
Terus satu,
ini kan di senti. Terus
hmm,
disuruh konversi ke meter. Kali 100 kan.
loh kok senti ke meter kali 100 sih? Kamu gimana sih?
Duh. Soalnya waktu
Nah,
tak konversi pakai 1000, value-nya tambah ngawur, tambah kayak 50.
divide
Eh,
by
iya, iya.
100.
Oh ya, divide. Sorry, sorry.
Oh, kamu benar divide-nya. Kamu
Iya,
benar.
iya. Divide
Oh
100.
iya, kalau
Oke, oke.
kalau divide-nya benar ya. Oke, divide.
Oke.
Terus,
Jadi eh, diambil 2 kali. Jadi poinnya ini kayak focal point misalnya yang ada posisi A sama posisi B kan. Nah, aku ngambil posisi A, habis itu ngambil posisi B. Nah, terus ini ada di apa itu namanya? Yang dimasukin data itu loh. Apa itu namanya? Form
sorry,
di
kurang nangkep
tablenya,
mas.
di tablenya.
Di table-nya dimasukin data. Sorry, maksudnya apa? Hah, gimana?
Yang kayak aduh, bahasa Inggrisnya apa lupa sampean. Yang kayak ada kolom-kolomnya gitu loh, terus dimasukin nomor.
Aku kurang nangkep, tapi kalau aku dengar kamu nih ya, kok kayaknya
Oh,
kamu cukup oke.
data table.
Oh iya, oke data table.
Nah,
Ya.
itu kan ada misalnya uh, dipanggilnya U. Jadi UA 1, UA 2, UB 1, UB 2 gitu. Habis itu ada UA average, UB average. Habis itu ada UA average dikonversi ke meter sama UB average dikonversi ke meter. Habis itu ada satu lagi itu yang terakhir. 1/,
Hmm.
UA average in 1/, M. M meter kan. Jadi kayak dikonversi ke meter gitu.
That's fine. Tunggu selesai. Richard, yang kamu omongin itu kok kayaknya kamu bisa semua. Bener nggak sih? Jelasinnya susah, cuma ngerjainnya gampang kan?
Ya,
Bener kan?
aku
Karena itu
cuma
kan di awal-awal
bingung.
kan, measure.
Aku cuma bingung itu
Bingungnya
ya.
apa?
U
Bingungnya apa?
UA 1 sama UA 2 itu value-nya harusnya sekitar sama atau beda?
Sorry.
Tak
Supaya aku jelas dulu. A itu A itu lensa ya. A itu maksudnya
A,
lensa A gitu ya.
oh bukan
UA
bukan.
itu
A itu posisi lensa, focal
betul.
point-nya ya.
Kenapa ada UA, kenapa ada UB? Sorry. Kenapa UA dan UB?
A itu yang dekat ke cross section, jadi yang magnified. B itu yang diminish.
Hmm, Oke. Terus UA1 itu apa? UA1, UB1 itu
Nah,
apa? One.
itu value-nya distance dari cross wire ke lensa.
Oke, gini deh. Kalaupun aku roughly kayak aku ngerti eksperimen ya, karena aku pernah main sama lensa. Cuma kayaknya kamu harus nanya ini lagi deh pas pas balik. Kita bahas lagi deh. Sorry ya. Jadi kayaknya aku nggak terlalu kebayang maksudnya UA1 sama UB1 itu apaan.
Eh, oke, bentar. Oh,
Ya,
aku ada fotonya. Bentar.
boleh.
Tak
Di
screenshot
Jamboard
aja.
yang kemarin ya. Oke, sip.
Oh ya, jumper ya bisa ya. Atau gini aja screenshot aja. Nah, ini loh. Yang ini.
Maunya
Persis yang
screenshot
ini.
tunggu. Ah,
Yang ini. Nah, ini lensa
jadi
position
first of
E.
all, sorry ya. Jadi UA itu definitely distance kan, distance dari
Ya,
oke,
ya.
distance
UA
lamp ke
UB
lens,
distance
terus
gitu.
UB itu distance dari lamp ke image. No.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry. Jadi eksperimen kamu combine, no. Wait, what? Oke, eksperimen kamu cuma one lens, right? Just checking, ya eksperimen only one lens.
Ya,
Right? One
benar.
lens. Terus kamu kan lensnya geser-geser. No, that's totally fine. Tapi screen-nya nggak geser.
Enggak. Screen-nya
Oke.
tet gitu screen-nya digeser juga. tapi nanti itu. Jadi
Karena digeser untuk mencari image kan?
digeser lebih dikit habis dapat UA1, UAB. Jadi kayak gini loh. Jadi ada kayak table, ada graf, eh graf sama. Nggak ada table. Jadi yang dipindah itu ya apa ya? Gini, gini. Di setup dulu kan. Crosswire-nya dikosong, terus nanti udah dikasih tahu, disetin screen-nya itu nanti dipindah ke berapa 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 5 kali gitu kan. Terus setiap beberapa kali dipindah itu harus dapetin UA sama UB-nya. Jadi misalnya yang pertama 90. Jadi screen-nya itu di 90 cm. Di situ di nyari UA dulu, misalnya 17 cm gitulah. Habis itu nyari
Mm-mm.
UB, UB digeserin lebih dekat ke screen-nya. Dapat mungkin 70-an.
Sorry, jadi screen-nya itu nggak berubah, nggak pernah geser.
Screen-nya itu
Screen-nya nggak pernah geser.
digeser kalau udah selesai dapat UA1, UA2, UB1, UB2. Habis gitu dipindah misalnya dari 90 ke 75. Habis itu di repeat lagi. UA1, UA2,
Ah, oke,
UB1, UB2.
oke, I understand. I'm very surprised ini eksperimennya combined science ya, very surprised. Oke, good.
Kenapa?
Oke, karena dia ada berarti sorry, sorry. Nggak semua praktikal itu kamu udah pernah belajar teorinya. Oke, fair lah. Oke, nggak pernah, nggak semua teori, nggak semua begitu. Cuma ini cuma kan membantu kalau kamu teorinya. Nah, teorinya itu udah complicated banget yang ini. Jadi ini eksperimen yang benar-benar gimana ngomongin. Jadi kita eksperimen tuh karena kita nggak ngerti, bukan karena kita ngerti. Make
Ya,
sense, right? Tapi
ya.
di exam, it's very nice kalau eksperimen itu suatu kita udah ngerti. Tapi that's not a real experiment. Jadi maksudnya apa? Jadi dia dia memperlakukan kalian combined science student as if kalian itu memang layak dan bisa eksperimen. Orang yang bisa eksperimen, tujuan eksperimen itu bukan karena sudah tahu, tapi karena belum tahu, mau cari sesuatu. Kira-kira begitu. Jadi
Hmm,
gimana? Ada orang yang nggak comfortable kan? Ini aku ngerjain apa sih? Aku nggak ngerti apa ini. Ya memang that's the whole point. The whole point is kamu nggak ngerti dan melalui eksperimen kamu jadi ngerti something. That's the whole point. Kamu harusnya belajar sesuatu lewat eksperimen tersebut. I'm
hmm.
just surprised. Tapi juga bagus. They are treating you like, oh, you can combine science express. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Yeah, and then that's why they're treating you like that. That's fine. Oke, I understand. Ya udah, jadi habis itu kamu cari itu semua, terus kamu mulai plot the graph lah, kan betul, gitu kan?
Ya,
Dan karena graf kamu roughly lurus, that's the nice thing about physics practical. Biar gimana pun grafnya tuh lurus punya.
ya.
Jadi kalau terlalu ngaco, kamu langsung tahu gitu. It's nice. It's nice. Kan kamu nggak tahu teorinya, kamu nggak tahu apa yang sedang terjadi. Kamu cuma tahu, kok graf gua aneh ya, nggak lurus ya. Berarti something is wrong. Nah, kalau graf lu lurus, walaupun pendek, that means something is not very wrong. Something like that. That means.
Untung.
That's good. Saya itu udah awal yang bagus karena kalau nggak semuanya kan hancur berantakan. Berarti itu tanda-tanda kamu pasti fail kalau grafnya aja rusak gitu. Itu udah
Oke.
pasti. Tapi kayaknya sih berarti enggak. Nah, tapi emang perasaanku dari tadi kamu dengerin kamu ngomong memang begitu sih. Oh, kayaknya at least lah bisa ngerjainnya gitu loh di awal. Pasti bisa gitu. Paling
Hmm,
yang susah-susah yang belakangan lah. Paling yang susah. Gitu.
hmm.
Good. Good to know.
Jadi
Right, a
aku cuma
prediction
mau
please.
nanya itu yang
Aku
UA.
aku bantu Joshua bentar ya. Aku
Oh ya,
bantu
ya,
Joshua bentar.
boleh.
Ya, bentar ya. Okay, Josh, you are confused because the gradient is negative. Is that what you're saying?
Uh, um, it
Is that the problem here?
no, no, no. It decreases, right? Because
Correct, because
it's
because you kind
less,
of change to increase, which confuses me
yeah,
a bit.
which one is it decreases because um there's a smaller rate of change of mass, right? The rate of change of mass decreases. I don't know.
Sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm totally fine with explaining the reason why, totally
Yeah.
fine. But the question doesn't ask the reason, right? Just checking.
No,
That's
no.
not why you
Right.
ask. Okay, just want to know, right? You just want to know. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now for
If
the
they
question
ask,
first, let's.
if they ask, I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, so let me settle. I'm going to settle this question first because this question is easy to answer, and then I'm going to answer your question. Okay.
Okay.
Whenever they ask you to explain the speed reaction graph in chemistry, you only focus on three things and it will be more than enough. Okay. First, you start on if you focus on the start, usually I'll ask you to focus on the end and then focus on the mid, but start, mid, end also okay. So what do I mean by that? At the start, I don't mean it start at 4. It's obvious that it start at 4. At the start, the speed is super fast. The decrease is very extreme, correct? This is precisely what you will experience in practical. This is practical question one. Practical stuff, when you plunk the magnesium carbonate into the acid, in this case, all right, the first second of the experiment is very bubbly, something like that. Now that's your start. Look. The graph represents that by giving you a very steep gradient. If the gradient is decreasing because, of course, the mass of magnesium carbonate is decreasing. Of course, what? Okay, this is not the production graph. This is the graph that goes up is the product graph. The graph that goes down is the reactant graph, the graph that is being consumed. This is a consuming graph, not a producing graph. Both graphs exist what? Because as the reactant is consumed, the product is produced. Am I making any sense right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this magnesium carbonate graph will have a counter graph, CO2, which is a production graph. The CO2 production will look like this, right? Why CO2? Because you can never measure MgCl2 in production. Cannot.
Okay.
But you can measure CO2 in production. You can, right? That's the only reason. MgCl2 has to be measured after everything is stopped. It's not practical to measure it when it's being produced. Okay, so far so good, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so consumption and production graph, they can just choose whichever one. Please don't be confused. One is of course decreasing, one is of course increasing. At the start, obviously the one being consumed will decrease rapidly, and the one being produced is going to be produced rapidly. That's just making sense.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's the start. No matter what you explain, even if it's only 1 mark, pay attention to that. The start is usually a very high speed, okay, usually. Then the middle one. The middle one is best described as the speed decreases. You are describing the middle one. Sure thing. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you are describing the middle one. If this is the only 1 mark that you want to focus on, it is true that you want to focus on the middle one. But for your own practice, please think about 1, 2, 3. Because that is a very good way to fully describe the graph. The start is like that, the mid is decreasing, and then the third one, you also don't focus too much on the end. The end is very normal. It's going to be an almost straight line. And you're going to wait for some time for the straight line to become straight, to confirm. You don't end your reaction, you don't end your experiment when you start to see a straight line. You end it after you drag it a little bit. Correct or not?
Yeah, you're right. To
For
confirm
practical purposes, to confirm precisely. So you will always see a drag line, no matter in production or consumption, no matter. And therefore, please mention that you already know you have to pay attention to that. You already know you have to wait it out. Why do you wait it out? To wait for a confirmation of the finishing of the reaction.
Make sure that okay. Right.
Yeah. So the n, you also comment, the n is at 9. Why? Because you wait until 14, right? Correct or not? You wait until 15. Okay, so you talk about the 9, even though you wait until 14. Oh, turns out, the reaction basically ends at 9 because the speed reaches 0. Around there lah. Make that comment. Now, of course, I'm teaching you a full 3-mark question, but I think that's what they want to ask anyway. If it is a 1 mark, it's just a matter of choosing which one. If I am in no mood to choose, I'll just answer everything, because it doesn't take too long to answer everything also, frankly speaking.
Yeah.
So just assume that this is a 3-mark question and describe the graph fully. Can you do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Also,
In fact, he wants you to talk about 14 also, which is number 4 lah. He wants to talk about the dragging from 9 to 14.
okay.
The reason why you have 14 because you are dragging it to make it sure. You just explain everything. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Another question you're saying?
C part I.
C
It's
part
just
I.
the total product.
Right. As long as you minus 4 from 0.75 lah.
0.75.
Yeah, 0.25 because I saw you use 3.75.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. You should be 3.25
Yeah. Okay.
because consumption graph, consumption.
Yeah.
Right. Very practical, and yes, I do expect you to understand this. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. Now you try to explain the part B first, and then I'll explain your own question later on. Okay, so thank you ya, Richard. Oke, Richard, kayaknya kamu hari ini juga udah lebih lega lah, benar nggak sih? Udah,
Ah,
udah happy. Make a prediction dulu lah. Kamu sekarang udah exam nih. Kira-kira kamu ingat-ingat lagi kira-kira berapa persen? Jangan dilebih-lebihin, jangan dikurang-kurangin.
10
Menurut
marks.
kamu berapa? By persen lah. Mungkin kira-kira
By
berapa persen
percent.
gitu. By marks also can. Just convert it to percent lah.
66%.
Oke, 66% is by the way quite good, you know. Nah, ini maksudnya gabungan fisik sama chemistry gitu.
Ya.
Soalnya tolong jelasin dong maksudnya digabung tuh apa ya? Soalnya aku kurang ngerti. Aku kurang ngerti practical caranya soalnya. Maksudnya
Aku
apa
ya nggak tahu.
digabung?
Pokoknya aku tahu 15%
15%.
of the overall. Gitu.
It should
Mungkin
be 20
digabung.
lah. Nah, it should be 20 sih.
20 atau 15, sekitar segituan lah.
Oke, bukan masukku bukan marknya, tapi masuk aku memangnya dalam O level practical nih kamu ngerjain 2 practical dalam sehari. Memangnya.
Yes.
Hah?
Iya.
Enggak,
Jadi
dipisah. Dipisah.
oh enggak. Langsung jadi satu.
Wait, what? Jadi di O-level schedule kamu, kan ada O-level schedule. Practicalnya itu cuma sehari tuh, langsung 2 gitu.
Iya.
Terus kamu masuk ke lab nih, kan labnya beda. Kan lab chemistry
Enggak,
beda
labnya
sama
sama.
lab physics.
Labnya sama.
Oh,
Aku
jadi kamu
prelim ini tuh
combine.
labnya sama.
Heeh.
Combine langsung combine.
Jadi
Jadi
misalnya gini.
aku
Hah? Iya, iya.
dapat
Heeh.
em,
Slot nih, kamu dapat slot.
aku dapat 1 jam 30 menit.
Oke.
Jadi 1 jam 30 menit ini buat fisika sama chemistry. Yang di-advise sama orang,
Ya.
sama guruku itu 45 menit chemistry, 45 menit fisika.
That's a very obvious advice lah, right?
Ya,
Oke, terus gimana? Terus?
ya gitu. Ngerjain udah kita. Habis itu pulang. Selesai. Nggak
Jadi di
dipisah.
depan kamu nih,
Jadi di depanku ada,
2 setup.
of course ada setupnya buat fisika
Kimia.
sama
Heeh.
kimia. Jadi yang
Terus?
kimia itu di dalam
Terserah
box
lu,
1. Terserah
terserah
aku,
you. Mau mulai yang mana?
fisika dulu atau chemistry dulu, terserah. Jadi
Pokoknya
yang
ada papernya nih, ada tablenya, ada grafnya lah, ada apalah kira-kira gitu.
ya, aku biasanya ngerjain yang
Oh.
chemistry dulu. Soalnya uh, masukin chemicalnya itu ya gampang, cuma masukin
Lebih
sini, masukin
gampang.
situ.
Benar.
Ya, observasi terus masukin lagi, masukin
Benar.
situ. Terus
Benar.
aku bisa megang 3 test tube di tangan kiri terus masukin langsung semuanya. Jadi multiple
Apa
langsung.
data lah, langsung lah, tek tungguin terus dapat 3, saya kira.
Ya,
Ya
gitulah.
oke, sip. Oke,
Habis
ngerti.
itu selesai semua aku ringkesi. Ya nggak ringkes ya, pokoknya pinggir no. Cepet-cepet
Mm-mm.
langsung buka fisika,
Mm-mm.
baca semua, ke setup. Waktu ngerjain
Jadi,
ini aku mungkin 30-25 menit gitu ya.
buat
Eh,
eksperimen sama data, oke.
buat eksperimen data sama ngerjain pertanyaan nih.
Nah, maksudnya udah ngerjain pertanyaannya.
Udah ngerjain. Jadi aku nulis secepat mungkin.
Jadi misalnya gini, kamu kan eksperimen dulu, terus dapat data kan, terus dimasukin ke tabel, kan kayak gitu kan?
Ya.
Masukin ke tabel, terus misalnya semua selesai nih, nggak ada masalah, kamu
Semua
mulai
selesai,
ngerjain
aku mulai
grafnya, ngerjain grafnya
buat
dulu.
chemistry gak ada graf, jadi lebih gampang.
Hmm,
Jadi aku cuma
oke.
nulis-nulis, oke mikir-mikir atau apa gitu ya. Kalau nggak bisa, wes tak
Mm-mm,
pinggirno dulu, aku ngerjain yang fisika.
mm-mm, mm-mm. Itu wajar,
Biasanya
semua itu wajar.
aku gitu
Mm-mm.
biasanya. Tapi untungnya
Semua
kali
wajar.
ini
Mm-mm,
chemistry lumayan gampang, jadi aku cuma masukin. Oh ini
mm-mm,
substansinya apa? Iron to sulfate gitulah. Terus ada
mm-mm,
explanationnya, evidence-nya di mana, gini.
mm-mm,
Selesai. Terus yang
mm-mm,
Q apa? Ini chlorine
mm-mm,
lah gitu. Ngerjain selesai. Dah. Terus selesai wes tak
mm-mm,
lempar semua kabeh. Langsung fisika.
mm-mm,
Langsung cepet-cepetan buka, baca. Di situ setup eksperimennya,
mm-mm.
nyateti gitu.
Oke.
Secepat mungkin.
Oke, berarti pertanyaanku aku pertajam nih. Gitu. Jadi untuk yang tadi aja gitu ya, untuk yang tadi page 13 please, page 13. Jadi Jamboard page 13. Jadi let's pretend aja lah, pretend bahwa physics itu total 10 marks. Just pretend lah, total 10 marks.
Oke.
Let's pretend chemistry also total 10 marks. Nah, yang tadi kamu bilang 66% itu kan in total. Nah, aku nggak mau in total. Aku mau prediksi kamu per kimia dan per fisika.
10 sama 10.
Ya, maksimumnya 10-10.
Ya.
Oke, coba kira-kira berapa? Kira-kiranya.
Eh, maksudnya?
Jadi misalnya gini, misalnya let's pretend chemistry itu 10 marks gitu ya. Mungkin tadi kamu dapat 7 marks out of 10, maybe, or 7.5 or 6.5 gitu kan. Kalau physics, maybe you get less, terus total-total jadi 6.6. Maksudnya kira-kira begitu loh.
Hmm.
Kan nggak dua-duanya 6.6 kan? Nggak gitu kan? Ada yang lebih bagus mungkin, ada yang lebih jelek mungkin kan? Gitu nggak sih? Kan eksperimen yang berbeda. Sorry,
Oke.
nyambung nggak? Masuk aku nyambung nggak?
Nggak terlalu nyambung, aku nggak ngerti maksudnya.
Oke, oke. Jadi misalnya in total kedua eksperimen itu 20 marks, betul? Total.
Oke.
Terus kamu kan bilang tadi kamu quote, oh total markku mungkin 67% lah, ya kan? Total
Oke.
lah, kira-kira begitu. Which is around 13.3 lah. Jadi anggap aja aku bilang, oh kamu total dapat 13 marks out of 20 marks. Kira-kiranya begitulah, itu kira-kira 67%. Kira-kira. So far so good?
Oke.
Jadi 13 mark itu dari mana? Contoh, contoh ya. 13 mark itu bisa jadi, oh kamu hari ini seneng banget sama chemistry-nya. Oh, chemistry-nya mah 8 marks. Kira-kira begitu. Ah, fisiknya cuma 5 marks lah. Kira-kira begitu. Kira-kira begitu.
Hmm.
Sorry, does this make it doesn't make sense? Please tell me.
Kurang ngerti aku.
Tadi lebih bagus chemistry practical atau lebih bagus physics practical? Dari segi nilai.
Kayaknya chemistry.
Oke. Perbandingannya jauh apa dekat?
Deket.
Kayaknya chemistry bakal dapat bagus nih. Physics ya, ya seadanya lah. Kira-kira gitu.
Fisikaku ya lumayan bagus.
Nah, jadi perbedaannya tidak jauh.
Enggak.
Oke, jadi misalnya gini deh. Misalnya gini. Let's pretend, chemistry itu kamu dapat 70%, 7 out of 10. Let's pretend, ya, oke? And physics, you get 6 out of 10, 60% lah. Jadi in total, you 65%, kira-kira begitu lah. In total lah, kira-kira begitu. Kira-kira prediksi kamu kira-kira begitulah yang tadi. Betul nggak?
Ah,
Chemistry mungkin slightly better than physics. In total, ya kira-kira seginilah, 65%. Am I making any sense right now?
Hmm, ya lumayan. Maksudnya
Gitu.
ya totalnya pasti pas lah pokoknya.
Pokoknya udah nggak mungkin 50%, nggak mungkin pasti lebih, dan lebihnya juga nggak deket-deket amat, cukup jauh dah 50% ya, kira-kira kan begitu maksudnya kan?
Iya.
Kira-kira lah. Oke, oke, sip. Oke, jadi ini kemarin aku bilang begini, kemarin, kalau misalnya ini benar ya, kan kita bakal tahu nih, Sun. The worst you could do is 12 out of 20, the worst. Kamu udah lebih dari worst.
Iya.
Oke? The best you can do is probably 17. 17 itu ya orang bisa bilang, wah kok susah banget ya 17. Tapi kalau menurut aku sih ya sebagus-bagusnya kamu eh, ya cuma segitu kok dapetnya. Kira-kira begitu. Ya bagus lah kalau bisa improve. Tapi most of the time people can only improve 1 or 2 marks lah. That's all. Nggak terlalu pusing aku. Aku sih lebih pusingin written examnya. Karena for some reason syllabusnya lebih menekankan written exam. Nah, aku pengen kamu konfirmasi ke gurumu boleh nggak? Gurumu.
Konfirmasi apa?
Konfirmasi bahwa practical itu total 20%. Yang kemarin aku bilang, Bang.
Oke,
Jadi
aku tanyain.
practical itu in total dua-duanya 20%. Kalau MCQ total dua-duanya 30%. It's higher loh than practical. Terus paper tuh, sorry bukan paper tuh, dah, yang pokoknya yang essay itu loh, yang long answer itu total 50%. Benar nggak?
Ah,
Ya, oke. Nah,
tak
tolong
tanyain.
dikonfirmasi supaya kita kekhawatirannya apa berdasar gitu ya. Ya, aku balik ke Joshua dulu. Right, Joshua, so far so good. Then I can take it that your volume is also good. Wait. Oh. You should have written this as magnesium carbonate. You are.
Oh, wait, my bad. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, my bad.
That seems fine.
Okay.
Okay, that seems like a very easy 2 marks, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Okay, now the sketching part lah. Oh, you did sketch already. Okay, so
I don't know if that's
okay, so
okay.
larger pieces means you already think about start, middle, and end, correct or not? Now,
Yeah,
this sketching of the graph is precisely what they want you to do most of the time. They are testing you that way.
yeah,
Either they give you in MCQ, okay, like that, or in this kind of thing, okay, sketch a different graph. So I believe your starting point should reflect that part. The fact that you should start
okay.
there at 4 also. You're already having a very big problem. You should start at 4. You are not starting at 4. Your start is not just the gradient. Your start is also where it starts. And you start should be at 4. Now, why is that so?
Because the number, the grams of
Mass. The mass is the
mass is
same,
the
right?
same. Yeah, right.
Right. So now larger piece, you're right. Larger piece will give you a decrease rate, and which you did put that very well. And then that means the start and the mid cannot be wrong already, right? It's just obvious. The end, it seems that you're touching it like around maybe minute 15 or something like that. So that seems about right, no? Okay. Whether you go longer or shorter doesn't matter, but have the freedom, have the liberty to drag it even more, if that makes sense to you.
Mm.
Instead of trying to stay close because it's not defined, you can also drag it forward, and that's totally fine. So
Okay.
just now, did you meant to start at 4? Because it's not very clear for me.
I did mean to start. No, because I think there's like I thought it started like 4.5. I mean, like,
Okay, then your start is wrong,
yeah,
right? Which that's why I'm teaching you. Think about start, mid, and end. You didn't think about the start enough, and it is wrong. Now you are clear why it is wrong, right?
yeah.
Clear, yeah? Because you are not starting from 4.5. And they will, of course, pay attention to that, and of course will minus 1. Of course,
Mm.
if that makes
Okay.
some sense. Okay, good. Still a good question. Sorry, what was your question before this?
Uh, I don't think I had a question.
What did you ask just now? Never mind. Well, when it comes back, it comes back. Okay. Okay. Richard, yang tadi aku minta kamu tanya, biasanya mau tanya aja, kamu nanyanya lewat WhatsApp atau tanya langsung atau gimana?
Oh, tanya langsung. Jadi nggak bisa nanya
Oke,
sekarang.
nggak apa-apa. Oh, nggak apa-apa. Nggak usah sekarang. Nggak usah sekarang. Yang penting tanya. Gitu. Jadi, yang aku ngerti, kamu cukup bisa ngobrol sama guru lah. Maksudnya ada orang tuh yang nanya aja malu-malu gitu loh.
Oh ya, ya.
Mm-mm. Kamu, kamu gimana ngomongnya? Oke nggak sih nanya sama guru sains kamu
Oh
gitu?
ya, oke, nggak apa-apa.
Oh ya udah gitu aja. Udah gitu. Ya kalau malu-malu ya aku nggak paksa lah. Pakai cara lain aja gitu. Oke, sip sip. Oke. Eh, Glad to know lah, glad to know. Nanti begitu udah dibalikin, nanti kita cek lagi bareng-bareng. Ya kalau nilai kamu lebih baik dari prediction kamu, ya udah berarti udah bagus lah, ya kan? Oke, hmm, hmm. Hari ini, I think the best thing to do is go back to math, santai-santai aja tapi.
Oh,
Oke, itu pendapatku lah,
jangan.
pendapatku. Nah, apa-apa?
Kayaknya masih harus belajar chemistry.
Kenapa tuh? Kenapa tuh?
Soalnya prelimku belum selesai. Saya ada prelim
Loh,
chemistry.
loh,
Ini kan
maksudnya yang
cuman
long answer-nya.
ah,
Oh ya ampun, kamu
ini kan
masih ada prelim MCQ sama paper paper 3,
iya.
paper 4 physics. Oh ya ampun. Ya ya udah yang kemarin kita memorize membantu lah.
Iya,
By the way,
makanya.
kapan sih? Kapan sih? Kapan sih chemistry sama fisika?
Oke, benar. Aku cek dulu.
Kalau gitu jangan tunggu
Dua
lah.
puluh dua Agustus chemistry, 23 fisika, 28
Aduh.
MCQ paper 1.
Ya, kalau gitu jangan tunggu lah. Aku pikir kamu udah santai. Hari ini kita bahas-bahas closing. Ternyata masih exam.
Enggak
Nah,
lah.
again,
Dua puluh
same
dua, dua
question.
puluh tiga masih ada minggu depan. Dua
Oke.
puluh sama 21.
Oke, jadi the only practice package is TYS, betul?
Iya.
Ya
Kalau
udah,
ada,
kita udah masuk
kalau
ke TYS deh. Mm-mm.
kalau
Mm-mm.
ada minta eh, paper langsung aja. Enggak usah
Aku ada
lewat
sih,
US.
aku ada. Itu Google Drive.
Oh ya,
Ada.
lewat Google
Cuma,
Drive aja. Aku mau gitu.
boleh. Ya udah, sip. Nah, cuma 15 menit, soalnya kamu harus milih salah satu lah.
Fisika dulu aja.
Boleh, silakan.
Google Drive-nya desain
Hmm.
ke
Kalau kamu nggak ada akses, bilang ya.
ya. Desain lewat mana?
Loh, sorry, kamu nggak pernah ngakses Google Drive yang Science? Kan?
Enggak pernah.
Hah?
Cuma
Hah?
eh
What?
combine cam ini adanya.
Bisa, bisa. Combine Chem, Combine Physics, harusnya dua-duanya ada.
Enggak, aku cuma ada combine cam.
Oh. Let me fix that. Oke, correct. Apa namanya? Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry. Waduh, kok error sih?
Gak apa-apa, aku sebenarnya hari ini cuma mau ngomong-ngomong gitu aja. Anu soalnya capek kan.
Capeknya sih pasti capek. Itu pasti. Itu
Lah
pasti.
aku selesai jam 5.30. Pulang baru
Wah,
sampai sini. Aku phase 2 soalnya.
betul. Tadi
Kalau
aku mau
phase
tanya,
satu
kamu
sih
dapat slot
lumayan.
mana sih? Iya, kamu ternyata dapatnya slot yang sore.
Jadi pulang aja belum belum main. Ini barusan mandi. Makannya aja 7.30. 7 jam 7.
Iya. Ya udah, lihat-lihat aja deh. Lihat-lihat aja. Ya udah. Barusan aku share combine physics-nya.
Oke, combine physics. Mungkin satu lah, diskusi aja.
Mm-mm.
Ya, saya yang section B itu aku agak kesulitan. Nah ini combine physics kok ada chemistry.
Enggak, combined physics isinya physics kok. Ya aku barusan share. Coba cek lagi. Iya benar, combined physics kok. Dan aku udah share sama kamu barusan dia. Betul.
Kok ini gas? Lah ini bukannya fisik. Ini bukannya chemistry. Ada di dalam
Loh,
command physics.
nggak ada. Oke,
Ah
kok
ini
ada
nih, lihat
confusion
ya,
ya?
page
Sorry,
page 14.
sorry. Kamu lagi share screen ya?
Oh, belum.
Enggak kan? Aku
Bentar.
nggak bisa lihat apa-apa. Ya.
Ini tak share screen. Ini aku di dalam physics ya, physics.
Aneh. Betul. Oh ya ampun, papernya sendiri ngaco. Ya ampun.
Ah,
Ya udah ganti aja, nggak ganti aja. Kadang-kadang dia suka begitu.
oh ya.
Seharusnya yang lain nggak kok. Nah
Yang
itu udah physics.
lainnya, yes, yang atas tadi
Nah ini
itu.
physics, ini physics.
Lah ini
Heeh.
chemistry jadi.
Mungkin oh dia nggak motong. Karena memang 1 sampai 20. Jadi kalau misalnya MCQ begitu. 1
Oh
until
iya
20
ya,
physics. 21 until 40 chemistry. Memang begitu aja sih. Kan langsung.
yang
Kan sekali langsung. Jadi nggak apa-apa. Itu nggak apa-apa. Yang penting ada paper 3-nya.
paper
Yang
3 mana?
pertanyaan panjangnya. Yang penting itu. Coba ke bawah. Setelah MCQ. Nah tuh.
Ah
Nah
ya
yang
ini.
kayak gini-gini. Yang kayak gini-gini. Oke sip. Udah. Kamu pilih ya. Aku cek Joshua
Aku
dulu.
mungkin yang kayak gini aja, yang ini aja diskusi.
Silakan tolong di screenshot dulu.
Oke.
Oh, I'm very surprised that you cannot. What, Joshua? Let me
Uh,
confirm, Joshua. You cannot do C, yeah?
yeah, I'm quite stuck.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah. Okay, let me put it this way. There is a reaction to there's a reaction to everything, correct? There's a precipitation reaction. Now, let's say you don't write down the reaction. You're just aware that there's a reaction. Okay, that's enough for now. Now, I can tell you one thing about the reaction. If you just know the mole of one guy, you know the mole of every guy. Make sense or
Okay.
not?
Yeah.
But to do that, you have to have the mole ratio, which basically means it's better to have the reaction anyway, lah, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. You can write down the ionic reaction if you want to. You can also write down the full reaction if you want to. That's fine. Anything that works. But I think you have to have a very balanced reaction because you need the mole ratio, lah. Perhaps that's what you're missing here.
Okay.
And this is where it's problematic to draw the ionic equation. There's the two. Okay, good. You have the two. Thank you. You did get it. You did get it. Okay.
Cool. Cool.
And surprisingly, the 2Cl minus is still here. Correct or not? Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
no, it's not Cl2. It's 2Cl minus. Come on, it's
Yeah.
2Cl minus.
And
And
then,
therefore, they cancel each other in the ionic reaction, which means you don't have to worry about it.
all right. So,
So in this very simple reaction, can't you now do it? If you cannot tell me,
okay, so just this multiplied by mass of barium
multiply by
sulfate.
mass.
MR. Is it right?
Oh, because you basically assume you already times one. I'm guess fine. Because I was thinking when are you going to times one, but you assume you already times one. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and then you just times the mass of the barium sulfate and you'll be correct. Correct.
Yeah.
It was the reaction that was missing in your mind. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one can be solved by sure. Oke, Richard, udah baca soalnya.
Kurang ngerti ya.
Tak bikin lebih besar. Oke. Nah, ini drawing ya. Drawing means accurate drawing. Hati-hati ya. I think it's not a sketch. Kalau sketch kan berarti nggak accurate. Kalau I think the word draw means they expect something accurate.
Oke, berarti
Oke.
pakai
Kalau nggak
protractor.
pasti. Cuma ya nantilah ya kan. Tapi ini harus accurate. Nah, apa yang dia perhatikan? Dia kan tahu memperhatikannya bagaimana. It's actually not very complicated, you know. Ini kan reflection, ya kan? Reflection itu kan gampang digambar. Dia minta kamu reflect the ray, draw the ray after they strike. What does the mirror do? The mirror reflects the ray. Masa nggak bisa gambar reflection? Kalau nggak bisa, kasih tahu. Masa nggak bisa? Sekarang kamu nge-sketch aja.
Berarti kan
Tapi dari sketching
tinggal
kamu,
ini
hmm,
gambar normalnya dulu,
betul, betul,
terus gitu
betul. Gambar
ini
normal dulu,
sama ini
betul.
gini.
Ya, sama, betul, betul. Ya,
Terus
betul.
nanti
Oke,
di
nah terus
sini
sekarang kamu sketch dulu lah. Nah, kamu sketch dulu lah. Kamu sketch
kan
dulu. Kan
sekitar
after kan.
kelihatannya kayak
Nah,
gini
tapi
lah
nggak usah.
misalnya.
Misalnya dulu lah ya, misalnya dulu. Jadi sekarang kan pokoknya yang part one itu cukup nggak usah sampai wall. Kan cukup refleksnya aja. Itu
Oh
part
ya,
one udah
ya.
selesai. Oke, nah sekarang show how this ray can be used to locate the image of C. Oke, good. Nah sekarang kalau gambar kamu bagus, mestinya kedua hal ini memang nggak nutup, tapi kedua hal ini menyebar, mestinya.
Ya.
Ya, itu berdasarkan accurate drawing. Jadi sampai kapanpun nggak akan ketemu. Mau taruh di sini kayak, mau taruh sini kayak, mana mana C-nya? C prime itu image of C. Betul ya? Jadi di mana image-nya? Kita nggak tahu. Karena nggak mungkin kedua ray itu ketemu. Kenapa sih kedua ray ketemu? Kalau kedua ray itu ketemu, disitulah image-nya.
Ya.
I'm explaining things very fast. Ngerti ya?
Ya, ngerti ngerti.
Jadi nggak ada masalahnya, bukan wall-nya sekarang. Masalahnya.
Oke.
Masalahnya as simple as kalau memang ke sini menyebar, kita reverse direction. Reverse direction berarti kan menyempit. Benar nggak? Reverse direction berarti menyempit.
Kayak refraction gitu lah.
Bukan, ini bukan refraction. Ini pretend. Ini bukan,
Pretend.
kalau refraction itu line-nya itu benar-benar ada. Kalau yang ini line-nya tuh nggak ada.
Imaginary.
Imaginary, benar-benar imaginary, makanya harusnya dot dot dot. Jadi di gambar-gambar
Ah,
sini
oke oke
kalau
oke.
dot dot itu imaginary.
Berarti cuma
Kenapa
cuma
imaginary?
dari sini terus coba
di,
dilurus begini.
diputar balik. Nah, dengan
Ah ya ya,
accurate
oke
drawing lah,
oke.
pakai ruler, dot, 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 terus bakal ketemu C prime, gitu kan. Pokoknya mereka ngerti ya C prime itu image of C, jadi mereka senang, gitu. Nah, itu ya, oh letter I, dia minta letter I, sorry, jadi I lah, dia minta letter I. Nah, itu tuh Marcus. Nah, pretend line ini, pretendnya kenapa imaginary? Karena our brain imagine it. There is no real ray. Jadi, kalau mata kita menerima kedua ray ini, kita menerima ray bukan image, kan kira-kira begitu. Terus mata kita lewat otak akan membayangkan, oh ternyata ada image di ujung sana. Membayangkan. Kira-kira begitu. Padahal yang sebenarnya adalah mata kita tertipu. Mata kita sebenarnya tertipu. Mata kita kan sebenarnya melihat si lewat belokannya cermin.
Oh
Tapi
iya.
mata kita pikir image-nya di depan kita.
Oh iya
Of
ya.
course kita sadar dong, kita sadar bahwa ya ini kan mirror berarti mungkin di tempat lain. Tapi jujur nggak segampang itu loh, itu harus dipikirin loh. Kalau cuma tanya mata you doang, maksudnya tanya otak you doang, otak itu bilang ya image-nya di depan. Jadi
Oh
itu
iya ya.
imagination of your brain, imagination of your brain. Maksudnya begitu. Maksudnya
Imaginary image.
imaginary thing karena memang itu imagine by your brain. Memang
Iya
betul
iya.
gitu loh, nggak salah. Jadi tolong jangan dianggap itu real. Kalau refraction, it is real. Gitu
Ya,
loh.
oke oke, ngerti ngerti ngerti.
Sorry, yang refraction itu nanti ada yang real, ada yang imaginary juga. Sorry, sama-sama. Jadi
Oh ya,
karena di
ada.
reflect, our brain also imagine it a different way. Kira-kira begitulah.
Ya.
Nah, itu maksudnya pertanyaan syllabus. Tapi kayak nggak pernah dijelasin gitu. Ini imagination loh, gitu loh. Kira-kira begitu. Anyway, okay, back to you, Joshua. Oh, everything seems fine. Good, everything seems fine. Oh, that's very easy. What? Okay, yeah, I wouldn't call this question to be very hard. Okay. Oh, they tell you the reaction. When they tell you the reaction, it becomes easy, right? Okay, mm, that sounds good.
Oke, berarti hari ini cuma gini tak aja ya.
Ya udah deh for now.
Oke,
Kan kita minggu depan 2 kali ketemu, itu
iya.
pas sebelum ujian nih,
Yoi.
2021. Ya udah deh, for now
Oke,
I'm okay lah. Ya
oke.
udah, I'll
Thank
see
you,
you ya.
Kak Philip.
Oke deh.
Bye-bye.
Sama-sama. Bye-bye. Okay, Joshua, you can tell that these are very easy questions lah. Am I correct? Okay, Joshua, after you finish it, you unmute. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no problem.
I was wondering if we could schedule another session, like,
No problem. What do you mean by that?
uh, like on Wednesday, for example, or on Sunday,
Sorry,
because
what you mean is that you want to add one more session until O level.
no, just for this week, just for
For
this,
this week. Because
yeah,
it is? Why is that so? Because?
because my physics exam is on Thursday. I don't know if I have enough time to cover up like some of the doubts I have.
Right. We're talking about prelims, right? We're talking about
Yeah,
prelims paper 2. Am I correct? Paper 2.
yeah, paper two.
Okay. I understand. So I'll answer very quickly first, and then we have to talk about something important, right?
Right, okay.
Um, let me confirm that. Right, okay. Okay, so if you could do Sunday 4:30, then problem solved.
4:30. That should be fine. I should be home by then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Do
okay.
you want it to be Sunday, right? But also the Wednesday also still there? Something like that? Or you just want to
Yeah,
move the
yeah.
Wednesday? Okay. Then Sunday and Wednesday. Understand. Okay. Okay, after you are done, finish it. It's not difficult. We gotta talk.
Grab my rain jacket. I'm ready.
Yeah, Jason, I can see you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just waiting for you to on the video.
My phone
Eh,
battery died.
right.
It's still
Okay.
charging.
Okay. Remind me, I've been sleep deprived for a few weeks already. Has your exam been done?
Yeah, it's just
So by
today.
today, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
okay.
today.
Just update me what's going on. First, just update me. What's happening in the exam?
Um, uh, nothing much. It went pretty smoothly.
Okay.
There was interest, there was ratio, which wasn't that hard. Um, there's um some like I guess common sense questions, like you have to write down what the answer is.
Mm-hmm.
And everything went pretty smoothly, so not much.
No surprises.
Yeah.
The statistics up?
Um,
Is it a big chunk?
no, it was on like 1 or 2 pages. It's like 1 or 2 questions only. But then
Right,
it
okay.
had like 2 parts or 3 parts, I think.
Mm-hmm. Just a minute. Joshua, you are stuck with it with the copper one? Really?
Yeah, the copper
Really?
one.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
Huh?
explain it. Carbon, right? More reactive than copper.
Yeah.
It will
The
displace.
explanation that doesn't make sense. Yeah. The explanation that doesn't make sense works for them.
Oh, so I can just say it's more
Since
reactive.
copper is more reactive, more
It's
reactive than carbon is more copper reactive
carbons
than
will,
copper in the reactivity series.
yeah,
Tada.
it will
Yeah,
displace
it is.
the copper and the
Yeah, it will
okay.
displace, yeah, from the power side. And that's the reaction that the explanation that might not make sense, but it works. Okay. Right, so give it a try. Jason. Statistics doesn't give you any problem. Good to hear. How about the shape and the area then? Joshua, testing, can you hear me? Joshua, testing, can you
Hello?
hear me? Okay, Jason. Okay, can you hear me, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. How about the shape and the area? Was it
It didn't pop up.
it didn't pop up. That's
Don't
so
think
weird.
it just did it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a bad sign. I would say it make my life easier.
It does, it does.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean nothing really
Make a
much.
prediction then. Make a prediction then.
Hoping to get maybe 75%.
75%.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me write it down. Remember, I will never scold you if your prediction is wrong, right?
Yeah.
The point of predicting is to test whether you're very aware of yourself in exam or not. A person who is not aware or a person who forgets the exam cannot predict properly afterwards, right? So you're saying 75% is minimum, lah.
Yeah.
Okay, good for you. Why don't you take a break today?
Oh.
Okay, I'll see you next week. Why don't you take a break?
Oh, sure.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, next week we'll officially start end of year, man.
Yeah.
So tough stuff, but today, just enjoy yourself, man.
Okay.
Tell your mom. Tell
Okay.
your mom I'm the one who told you to get a break so that your
Okay.
mom understand. Okay, please
Okay.
tell your mom, yeah? Okay, see you then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Joshua. So yeah, like that, let me repeat the reason why I teach you going up, going down, because it makes sense. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
You cannot use that in exam because for some reason they don't want to look at the mirror image and therefore they are stuck with the explanation that nobody understand fully. But that's what you have to give them.
Okay.
You have to give them something like that. Everything, the answer is this is more reactive or this is less reactive than that guy. Okay, does it make sense? No. You have to make sense from the going up, going down part.
Okay.
Okay, that's just how it is. I don't know why the syllabus decide that way. It doesn't help anybody, I feel. It really doesn't help. Okay, are you stuck with anything else?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, right, you don't sound very tired. Let me confirm that.
Um, I had like my SS paper today. It's like my brain is like mush, but yeah,
None of the major stuff is happening, A math,
not
physics,
yet.
chemistry.
But I think I'm quite worried for my humans as well, because
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
it's
Because you are
I'm
neglecting them.
sort of it's like I'm it's like a hit or miss for me. It's like if you really make it, you can make it. You can't. It's not like there's no in between. You know what I mean? Like there's no like
Really?
for me. It's like
Really?
really a bullseye,
I
and you
mean,
miss it. That's what I'm.
you talk about SS and history, right?
And
That's your
history.
humanities, lah.
Yeah,
Really, yeah. To you, SS and humanities are very extreme result.
I
Really?
feel like it's like that. But
Wait, are you saying that it's the extreme meaning it's either A1 or B3?
well, it's like
I mean, it
A1,
cannot be A1 and C5, cannot be one.
A1 and B4-ish, A2 distinction or like yeah, A1 and B4. I don't
A1
know.
or B4 is rather extreme, lah, I must admit, lah.
Yeah,
Wow. That's for both your SS and your humanities.
yeah, because it's like yeah, combined and all that stuff.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, let's talk about it as part of your strategy. Do you mind?
Right. I don't mind.
This is the first time I hear you, express uncertainty regarding humanities.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
express uncertainty, right? Let me present a few angles first, right? So it's the combined humanities is, like it or not, for JC, you have to use it.
Yeah.
You cannot replace it. The only way to replace it is third language.
Yeah.
You don't have
Yes.
third language. You don't
I
have third
don't
language.
have third language.
So, right. So that's the benefit of people who spend a lot of time to go to the third language class somewhere every
Yeah.
Saturday. It's so tiring, but there is that benefit at the end. Now, it is not a mistake for you to not take that. But just believe me for a while, it is not a mistake at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Part of the reason is simply because you will still have to do some humanities in JC. That's also a given, even though it's just a HL, for example, an SL. It can be a HL, it can be SL, no matter what. So it is good for you to be able to just make sure whether you can do it, something like that. Okay, that's not going to be SS. It's probably going to be a history, right? Nothing stops you from choosing other things. Okay, nothing stops you. Okay, now, but that's not my point. My point is you cannot replace combined humanities with anything. So, chemistry cannot help you there. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
if your L1 R5 is, you think about it one more time. You think that English is not that uncertain. I'll just say that your English range is probably A1 to A2. Am I correct?
No. No.
It's
Not.
what kind of extreme range are we talking about here?
It's like A1 or C6.
What
Like,
nonsense are you talking about?
I
There's
don't
no
know. It
way
depends
things
on
can
the.
happen like that
It depends
one.
on the paper. Because one time I got A1, like high A1, and then the next term I got C6.
Hey.
Yeah.
You're doing it wrongly, Joshua.
I
You're
don't know.
comparing WA with WA. That's the
Right.
wrong
Yeah.
comparison.
Okay.
Okay. You should be, because the final exam is a group of all the topics. It's just like physics, what? Or like
Yeah.
chemistry lah, fine, chemistry. Your OChem can be very good, right? Your OChem can be A1. Okay, A2, I don't know, whatever, A2 lah. Huh? I mean, to be fair, you cannot say you hate OChem that much, right? To be fair lah.
Yeah.
OChem is within your class. But if they give you something that you dislike, I don't know, what is it that you dislike in chemistry? Can't just say everything. Okay, whatever. Let's say the hit topic. The hit topic exists in chemistry. So your OChem will be A2, but your hit topic B4 also good already. Something like that.
Yeah. Right.
That's the problem with comparing WAs.
Yeah.
WAs have different topics. It's not apple to apple.
Okay.
Prelim
Yeah.
and O level are apple to apple. End of year is half an apple, right? Now, don't think about the range that way. If you range it based on your WA, then I tell you, then immediately, if it is A1 and C5, that means your total is B3 lah, simple. Because both will happen in your end of year.
Okay.
Now, it's different if you tell me it depends on the article. Then I cannot do anything about it already.
Yeah. Okay.
So which one is it? It depends on the topic, or it depends on the article, or what? When you
Yeah.
talk about
The
this wide range.
passage, the questions. Yeah.
The question, fine. But if you consider the whole topic and the whole subject as a whole, are you serious? Is it possible for the range to vary that much? You serious or not?
I don't. Like.
I
It
mean,
depends on the.
A1 to B3 is probably more realistic.
I'm hoping it's A1 to B2.
I mean, to put it into perspective, English is the first paper, right? It's the first paper, and I've never seen people panic in English, even though they cannot do. It's a very weird one. If AMAT they cannot do, they panic inside the AMAT test.
Yeah.
Right? Something like that. But English, even if you cannot, you just go ahead and do the other stuff.
Yeah.
Cannot low, can low. Like humanities
Yeah.
also like
Yeah.
that one. People rarely panic in humanities, even though they think they can. What the heck is this? Right? So, okay, good. So there won't be any panic factor, because panic factor drops it makes the problem even harder. Doesn't help. So actually, I would say that humanities has slightly more uncertainty in the passage itself. It depends on the passage, but slightly less uncertainty in terms of pressure. It balances out. what I'm trying to say, if you think English is like that, then I will counter and say the A math is also like that,
Oh,
There is a chance of panicking much greater. And I'll tell you, if you panic, your A math, you will
yeah,
go down to grades one, definitely. So the uncertainty is there. It's just in a different form. Don't think of humanities as the uncertain one and the science as the certain one. That is not true at all. That is really not true.
hmm,
In exam, it doesn't happen that way. For example, the chemistry, the uncertainty is introduced by, the difficult questions, the questions that are outside the syllabus, the question that requires you to think outside the syllabus, that kind of thing. The
yeah,
uncertainty is there. And you do not know which topic. That's the problem. You hate that uncertainty. Plus, when you panic, you probably go blank a little bit more in chemistry compared to English, probably.
yeah, you're right.
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay. Plus, time factor. Actually, chemistry paper 2, the time factor is very bad. If you're aiming for A1, it's very bad. If you're aiming for B3, it's a bit different. The time factor is not very heavy. I've never heard people, how do I say, no matter how hard the English paper is, I've never heard people complain we have lack of time. You have to write a lot, but the time, the time is the time lah. That's it lah. Finish already lah. Correct or not?
yeah,
You never finish an English paper and say, I wish I have more time.
yeah,
Never.
yeah.
E-math is the same thing. You may rush, but you won't blame the time for it. I guarantee you, in chemistry and physics, you will experience that a lot.
And humanities.
Humanities, history lah, maybe
Yeah,
history.
history,
I actually I have no comment on
yeah.
history. History, I hear people do that, but the solution to it is precisely the same as the solution to the paper 2 of physics and chemistry. You just have to handle it using strategy and proper practice. If you never practice for the time constraint, then no matter what, it'll always be a factor. Right. So anyway, my point is this. Don't think about your English as too uncertain. It just has a different uncertainty. If you think that your English is A1 to B3, you must also say the same thing to the A-math. You must. It cannot be that your A-math is more certain than your English. See your prelim first.
Yeah,
A-math prelim is the hardest prelim. It's really the hardest prelim.
right.
2 long papers, 2 hours 15. And during those 2 hours 15, you have no rest at all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really the uncertainty of the stamina is actually, I think, certain. I think it's certain that most people will fall off after 1 hour 30 minutes because they never train for stamina. I don't think you have that problem, Joshua. I don't think you have problem. You have that problem after the AMAT paper, not during the AMAT paper.
Yeah,
You are very well equipped for AMAT. I never see any problem. Right? You'll perform well. It's just that after the paper 2 or paper 1, you will die.
yeah, you're right.
Usually, that's the problem for chemistry. That's called the killer week.
Ooh,
The killer week is that. Now, the killer week, if you force your chemistry, after chemistry, everything suffers. Now, you cannot let go of AMAT. You cannot. You shouldn't. You're good at it. But nobody will deny the fact that people get tired after AMAT. All the adrenaline, all the fact that that weekend you cannot rest, the fact that AMAT is so important, the fact that you want to do your best for AMAT, that's all good stuff, right?
yeah,
But after paper 2, if you think that therefore my chemistry should perform, no, I can tell you straightforward, nobody can. Now here's the good news. Nobody takes pure chemistry without taking AMAT. That's the good news. It's a
okay.
fair playing ground for everybody. Everybody will either choose AMAT between AMAT or chemistry if they do not know how to handle the stamina problem. Or more likely, most people will just finishes their stamina after AMAT or during AMAT. During AMAT is the worst though. So your
Yeah.
AMAT is therefore not very good. You haven't recovered for chemistry. You didn't recover enough for chemistry. Chemistry also not very good. So it's middling and middling. In general, I don't think you want both middling. You are rather
Yeah.
clear. You want one side to be good. It's okay for the other side to be not so bad. If you could have just chosen that, you will choose that.
Yeah.
You understand? It's just that you do not know how to make it so. Well, I'll tell you how. If that's the only problem, I can tell you it's a very easy problem to solve. So it makes things more certain. Do you understand?
Mm.
Different from Elliot. Okay? Elliot's not taking physics. Elliot is very interested in the bio-related stuff. He has a little bit of balancing act to do, you know? He wants to aim at his aim at to be good, right? He wants that. He wants his chemistry and bio to be good.
Mm.
So he has, that's your competitor. It's very weird, right? You actually do not have to do that. He feels the pressure to do that.
Mm. Okay.
I will argue that he is less panicky than you, even though he also go blank, you know? He also go
Right.
blank, right? He also, morale is also important. So that's all another strategy that you do. You handle your morale, not very delicately, but you handle your morale very well in the exam. Then you'll score much better. In your case, though, I would say your position is just easier than him. You don't have to worry about chemistry. Whatever happens with chemistry, let it happen. But you want to make certain your AMAT is good. In fact, you want to sacrifice your chemistry a little bit simply by ignoring it. Don't worry about it too much. And then you have a very important break in the middle because after that comes physics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just check your schedule one more time. You have your O-level schedule already, right?
Photo schedule. Wait. Yeah, I
Okay.
do have it.
Just take a picture. Just that picture. Take picture.
It's in my bag. Hold on.
Tell me when you have sent it.
Uh, Wait, I didn't have the date. Hold on. Wait, I have the date.
You should. We need the dates because it'll show you when things are pinched in between the killer week lah, or the killer day. I don't know, whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I sent it. It's
Okay.
it's in my entry proof, but I don't know. You need to, if you want me to resend.
Let me check. Okay, got it. Probably fine. Okay, so again, I want you to take your pencil, please. I'll tell you what to do.
Oh, this is my entry. I laminated this one.
Okay, never mind. Then look at the Jamboard first,
Okay.
right? So in page 5. So how to see the pinching is very simple, right? We see the days, I mean Monday, Tuesday, something, and then we see the time. So that doesn't exist in your thing. Okay, that's not very helpful. So let's see. I'm looking at my calendar and I determined that October, right? October. Okay. October. Okay, 7th of October is a Monday, right? 7th October is a Monday. So I
Yeah.
usually mark the Mondays. Right there, that's a Monday, right? And then 7 days, all right, 14 is a Monday, right? So just to help me out, this is a Wednesday, right? It's a Wednesday. Okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is your Friday. And then the Monday doesn't exist. It's very nice. This is a Tuesday. Correct or not? Just check your calendar. Okay, you want to check your calendar right now, yeah?
October, what? 22nd. Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday, right? It's a Tuesday. Okay, good. So now let's see. Oh, no. There is no clash between chemistry and math this time. There is no clash. Okay, this is a different kind of schedule, right? So what I'm saying is a bit different. There is no clash. This is Wednesday. This is Thursday. This is Friday. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, this is a very nice schedule comparatively. Now, this is a Monday. Here's a Monday again. And here is, oh, there you go.
That's the
There you
killer.
go. There's
That's
the
the killer.
clash. That's
Yeah.
the, oh. Your physics is the one, yeah, your physics is your physics. So your position is now reverse compared to Elliot. Last time it was math clashing with chemistry. This one I will argue the whole problem is that your same thing. Last time what happened is that the A math in the morning, humanities in the afternoon, immediately the next morning chemistry. Just vomit blood. This one is just slightly better. Humanities first, I don't know how good that is, but usually after additional math, people cannot think already. Okay,
right. Yeah.
so settle your humanities on Monday, which is the only good about it is that it is a weekend. That weekend, however, you will be so stressed with, tell me, is this SS or history? Which one?
History.
We should know what.
It would be history. Yeah, paper 2. History.
Okay, so SS first and then history, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So the problem is with that weekend is that you feel very stressed with history, A math, and physics all the same time.
Yeah.
The chemistry MCQ is so far beyond. There's your MCQ, and we don't really care. I hope this simply emphasizes the fact that, oh, you need to practice for paper 2 right now, don't care about MCQ. Same thing. Because I can tell you one thing, you will not touch your physics paper 2 starting from math. No, in fact, starting from the humanities. Now, in fact, therefore, starting from the English. In fact, the latest you will study for physics paper 2 is before the English. I can guarantee you that. It is so bad for physics. Your physics paper 2 lies at the end of a 3-week, where in that 3-week you don't have much peace in studying paper 2 physics. You don't have much peace, right? You can fit in here and there, definitely can if you plan properly, but you won't have much peace. And then the only time you can touch physics is after you're super tired finishing your A math paper 2. Okay, on the Monday. That's when you can finally go back to your physics paper 2.
Oh, right.
Do you understand what I'm saying here? Your physics paper 2 is currently in danger of tiredness or fatigue if you do not know how to handle it.
It's like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But that doesn't make you want to take chemistry more in JC1.
No.
It doesn't change that.
Yeah.
You still want your physics to be good.
Yeah.
Right? You still want that. So now imagine it this way. You're going to stop studying for chemistry paper 2 after the chemistry practical. You're not going to worry about it too much. Let's imagine that for a while. Because I'll tell you based on your prelim, based on your practice and whatever, you can get B3. Okay, if you cannot, I'll tell you also. I will tell you whether you stand a good chance of getting B3 if you start to ignore it after the practical. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, so now your physics paper 2, remember you still have your practical and you still have your MCQ, okay? Remember, it's just that paper 2 is 50%. It's just that. Your paper 2 of chemistry, of course, you can touch it after the A math paper 1. Of course, there's no problem. In fact, during that weekend, you can touch it a little bit, in fact. Okay, but for the purpose of B3, it's not very stressful one. Okay, as long as you just follow the way I ask you to train, right? Today is a little bit of a ways because it's too easy. And yet we still find some problem, which is good, Okay, it's good, still very good. Now imagine that you're not burdened by chemistry when you're studying for EMAT and EMAT. Imagine that. Okay, what's the benefit? The benefit is that you can sneak in a few physics paper too before AMAT starts. That's the real benefit. Okay, sounds like a very weird thing, but your other option is to not touch physics at all for almost 3 weeks and then to touch it again just on the night before the exam.
Okay.
Because you tell me how you're going to touch your physics paper 2 after English starts. You tell me. When are you going to study?
Uh, math, after math,
You tell me.
probably.
After math paper 1. After math paper 1.
Yeah, math paper 1.
Yeah, but you have chemistry. After math paper 1, you have chemistry the next day. How can you do you have enough composure to simply talk about physics paper 2? You don't, right?
No,
You
no, I
don't. You
don't.
don't. You don't. You don't. No
Yeah.
matter how much you abandon your chemistry, it's still a B3 one. You still have to
Yeah.
touch it after math paper 1. So it's clear lah. It's clear. And
Mm.
after chemistry, you cannot just abandon your math paper 2 because you must be very clear for math, EMAT to score A1, you have to score 91%. So you still have to brush up a little bit lah.
Yeah.
And by the way, why would you want to touch physics? It's AMAT after that. If you feel you're ready for your EMAT after chemistry, you will be preparing for your AMAT 1. I guarantee you.
Mm.
You are not going to touch your physics.
Yeah.
Correct? Am I
Yeah.
correct? Okay, so this week is gone for physics. There is no way physics is here one. There's no way. No matter how much you wanna abandon chemistry. It's just the nature of things. Okay?
Mm.
During the weekend, watch the weekend for a while. On that week, which is quite packed, you finish your AMAT paper 1, you finish your EMAT, that's Friday. And then you have Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday comes. Can you peacefully touch physics on that weekend?
That's after.
Nonsense. You have history
Is
and
that
AMAT paper 2. Nonsense.
Let's say,
Nonsense.
okay, let's just say, yeah, okay, let's be confident, like absolutely confident. Maybe let's just say I don't have to study math. I still have to study history.
Yeah, you still have
No,
to, right? You cannot abandon history
I
because
can't
L1,
abandon
R5.
history. Yeah.
You can't. It makes no sense to touch physics. Because tell you what, it doesn't make sense to touch history too early anyway. You have to touch history there, which is a good time.
Right,
The worst
yeah.
thing you can do is divide history with AMAT and no physics. I guarantee it's nonsense. It's nonsense for you to touch physics on that weekend. It's nonsense.
Right. Yeah.
Now, but most people don't think like that. Lah. It's easy to think, but most people don't. When reality hits, that is what's going to happen, you know. You doesn't mean that if you don't think about it, then suddenly, hey, I'm relaxed, I can touch physics. Nonsense. That doesn't happen. If you think about it, you won't touch physics. If you don't think about it, you also won't touch physics. Same thing. Because L1, R5, you cannot abandon history. Okay, Ken? So no physics on the weekend also. Okay. And then, of course, the only time you will touch physics is after a math paper 2 lah, when you are tired. When you're tired. I guarantee you on that weekend, you won't rest. You rest normally, but you won't have a break. Just guarantee you that.
Okay.
That's not uncertainty, you know, that's certainty.
Yeah.
There's no way I can hypnotize you to sleep on. I wish I could. I wish I could. But if you don't plan, you'll be chaotic, right? You're not the type who, reserve, how do I say, yield to his fate, you'll just be frantically doing stuff. If you don't have a plan, what I'm trying to do is, once you know this problem, your plan should consist of, making you not chaotic. Your plan is to face all this. So now, without a proper plan, the only thing you can do is after A math, you start to touch physics. When you're tired and when you don't have much chance to talk about physics 1 week before.
Yeah.
That is without a plan. Clear, yeah? Okay? That's why your physics. But nothing that I mentioned, all this practical problem is not gonna persuade you to abandon physics because you still want to take physics in JC.
Yep.
So the only thing you can do is to make sure your physics score A1 or A2 by doing a very good paper 2. You still have to do that. And so all our effort after prelim should be geared towards that. Instead of thinking about chemistry as, a backup plan. Chemistry as a backup plan to go to JC is nonsense. What do I mean by that? It cannot replace your humanities. It cannot replace your English. What backup plan is that?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, replacing your Malay. What do you mean? Malay is where you score very well. Why bother replacing math? Malay, did something happen? No, right?
Mm.
I mean, put it this way, lah. Your Malay, let's say you haven't secured A1 for Malay, right? Have you done it?
Not yet. No.
Okay, you still have to go through, the Malay test, lah, right? Yeah, but let's say you got
yeah.
sick in your Malay test, your written. Let's say you got sick in your oral. Sorry, I thought Malay is done, isn't it? Oh, Malay is done.
But I haven't gotten my results back. And then
When will you know?
22nd to 26th. If I don't get
Okay,
an
okay.
A1 or like an A2, I still have to
Right,
retake.
but chemistry will not replace that.
Yeah.
So these three things that has to happen, chemistry cannot help. Okay? Am I correct? That's certain. Chemistry is not gonna easily replace an A2 or an A1. Nonsense. Correct, yeah? Correct? Am I correct? Okay, good. Will chemistry replace your EMAT? Nonsense. It's still easier for you to score 91% in EMAT than to score A1 in chemistry. It's still easier. For one, you know what EMAT is. For one, you seem to be uncertain with chemistry in general. EMAT, no matter what they throw at you, you probably can handle it within exam. Probably. Usually that happens in paper 2. Correct? Chemistry is not gonna replace your EMAT.
Yeah.
Clear? Clear person? Now, will chemistry replace your AMAT? Like AMAT suddenly B3 and
No.
chemistry suddenly A2, Suddenly,
No.
no.
No way.
It's nonsense.
I'm getting
It's really nonsense.
Yeah.
Nonsense. You also do not want that, and I totally understand that. And by the way, AMAT is not that bad in terms of timing. AMAT is usually not sacrificed. The one that is sacrificed is the one after AMAT. Back then it was chemistry, now it's physics. So A-math, you are trying your best to score A1, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Clear, yeah? That's a good thing, clear. The only thing chemistry can replace is your physics. Now, you don't want that. You do not want that. Correct?
Yeah.
What is likely to happen if you insist that, chemistry will replace physics, therefore you should, you should spend more time in chemistry. What is likely to happen is that chemistry is B3 and physics is B3. That's not a replacement. Because physics is tired and you kena whack on the paper 2. Remember, you didn't kena whack in MCQ and practical, right? There's still MCQ and practical, but the paper 2 was impacted. Because of that, you get B3 in physics. You will never get B4 in physics. Let me just say that clearly. Never, never, ever. Even if without any planning, the most people get is B3 lah. Sorry, the worst people get. Without any planning whatsoever. B3 lah. Now, can you guarantee that your chemistry, with some planning, get A2? Does that sound like a reasonable plan? Considering that chemistry is in a better position than your physics because of all this scheduling. To be fair, chemistry is in a better position, to be fair. It is. But can you guarantee that?
I mean,
Okay. Then
no.
your plan should be to simply, let me put your plan. Your plan is to simply avoid B3, B3 for chemistry and physics. Let's just put it that way. You do not want that, but that is the likely result if you don't do any planning. Am I making any sense? That's the likely result, B3 and B3. And therefore, no point replacing anything. Chemistry is not replacing anything anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever you plan, try to avoid that result. So the worst thing that you could happen if you plan properly is chemistry A2, physics B3. Okay, low chemistry is better than physics. I guess slightly better L1 R5, but I still want to take physics anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, so if you want to bother planning to avoid B3, B3, then plan in such a way that is your chemistry is B3 with minimum effort, and your physics is A1, maximum effort. Because it makes sense to now prepare for physics, because physics is a very disadvantageous position. It makes sense to plan for it. It is possible to plan for it. I wish physics swapped with chemistry. You don't have to plan at all. That's it. Finish already. Done. I wish. But since it is not, why don't we plan like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So after prelim, no matter what prelim is, not gonna change the fact that you like physics more, not gonna change that. So let's just whack until our physics is A1, which basically means more than 80% in your paper 2. That's all. Let's whack that. Then chemistry, just stick to B3. You will, I argue, you will be happy with that kind of result.
Yeah.
If there is a way to do it, you would want to know. Correct? Okay, then chemistry, minimum effort, physics, maximum effort. The rest of the subjects are balanced properly. I guess that is what I want to say. Okay. Now, the last time we talked about strategy, we end up not knowing what to do with chemistry. Okay. And at the start of today, you still say chemistry can replace something. I hope I've already shown you that the only thing chemistry can replace is physics. If that is not true, then we are still wasting time here. Is it true or not?
Just okay. Yeah.
If that is
worry about
true,
emails.
just worry
That's
about.
it.
Just worry about what? Sorry.
Yeah.
Just worry about what? Sorry.
My emails. My math. My normal math.
Your normal math. Your normal math. Let me put it another way. If you're worried about your normal math, take the effort from chemistry and put it in math. You get A1.
Okay. Right.
If you reverse the process, you don't necessarily guarantee anything from chemistry, and you also don't guarantee your math. If you want less uncertainty, take the effort, put it in math. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how to get A1. It's very easy one. We just never talk about it. And you just never think about it. We keep talking about chemistry. Because of the concept in your mind, chemistry may be a backup. But you don't want that. It also doesn't make sense. If you abandon your chemistry entirely after prelim, and our tuition consists of physics, right? How to get A1 in physics, and then how to just secure A1 in e-math, you'll be happy. I'm not replacing your math tuition. I do not want to, right? I do not want to do that. But I can tell you what it means to get A1, and then you can train for it yourself.
Okay.
If you do that, you will probably be a better person, a less worried person, which is good in general. But the way to do that is for you to let go of chemistry and let it take its course.
Okay. All right.
If
Okay.
that doesn't make sense, then we are still wasting time talking
No, that
about
makes
this
sense.
strategy. Okay.
Sure.
So let's take in more effort, like take all the effort we can from chemistry, leave it in a very
Is it
minimum state. I'll explain to you what's the minimum state, on I don't know when we have time, after you finish your prelim, right? I explain to you what's the minimum state. And then put every other inch of effort to E-math and physics in the hopes of scoring A1.
okay?
That's the strategy currently.
Right.
Okay. If something changes, then we talk about it again, but I hope this time we didn't waste our time already.
Hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. Don't stop chemistry now. Just stop it after prelim. It's totally okay. Right? Okay.
Hmm.
I'll see you on Sunday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mhm. Iya bang, enak.